and it's like, what is it?
So one of my other questions going to come up is
Tuesday,
very confusing.
I'm
What
happy
you're
to
doing.
because you can speak for me. I'm like, what is this?
Right here. That's where that comes up to $6 million. But here, it's so what's a $2 million difference? That's all. That's where it's at. So they want
What are they buying?
What's graduation? Well, for now, but
So that's all just team briefing.
So what I got here is this annual funding responsibility. Are you saying that's $51,000 per year? Are you saying that's $51,000 per year at a 6%? What are you saying? Because if it's $51,000 principal, our actual cost now is $74,000. Now $84,000.
They seem like they're trying to push this real quick.
They are.
And we don't know what's going on.
It sounds like it's a fight. It sounds like it's a fight.
Someone else get this.
Because what Jen told me was she's needed to pull on the board because I got the Dr. Pepper zero.
I saw you and I'm like, oh, when did you go on a diet?
God.
No one should drink anything with zero on. Either go to the gusto or don't do it at all.
I didn't mean to.
It's either the real thing.
Like I didn't do that. Grabbing Oreos and giving me 100 grain bar.
I don't want any calories.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay, it's 6 o'clock and we're going to call the meeting to order.
Might want to turn the volume on.
Okay, at this time I would like to ask Ms. Butenagel to come and open our meeting with invocation and our pledges.
Good evening. If you will bow your heads to pray. Heavenly Father, as we gather here today, we thank you for the support to serve our students, families, and community. As the school year comes to a close, we are grateful for the growth, learning, and perseverance shown by all students, teachers, staff, and families alike. Grant us wisdom and unity in our discussions tonight. Help us make decisions that honor the hard work of this year and pave the way for the continued success in the future. May we lead with integrity, listen with open hearts, and always keep the well-being of every student at the center of all we do. Amen. And now for the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, the time is 6:02 and I'm calling this meeting to order. We're going to establish a quorum. Those present are Becky Stevenson, Clint Scheib, Donna Gilliam, Melissa Sartain, Dr. Gosh, Dan Reinhardt, and Joel Frederick. The announcement that this meeting has been duly called and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Meeting Act, Section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. At this time, we're going to begin our student recognitions.
Good evening, trustees. As you make your way to the front, I wanted to let our families here. First of all, thank you so much for being here. If you'd like to come up and take a picture, I will pause for a second for anyone wanting to come get a group photo. We are a little bit out of order from the agenda. I wanted to get the larger groups in and out first. So we are going to start with our junior high concert and sight reading. The Navarro Junior High Band Program demonstrated exceptional talent and dedication at the UIL Region 12 Concert and Sight Reading Evaluation held at Cuero High School on March 4th and 5th. Both the Honor Band and Purple Band earned the coveted Sweepstakes Award, achieving a First Division superior ratings in both concert performance and sight reading, while the Gold Band secured a First Division for stage performance and a Second Division rating, excellence in sight reading. This remarkable achievement under the leadership of Director Dana Parker and Assistant Directors Michael Holovic, Israel Robledo, and Raymond Parker make junior high one of only 2 Double C junior high schools to have all 3 performing bands bring home awards. Congratulations to our junior high band. Parents, if you'd like a photo. And now for our high school concert and sight reading. The Navarro High School Band's Wind Ensemble earned the prestigious Sweepstakes Award following their outstanding performance at the UIL Concert and Sight Reading Competition on April 1st at Seguin High School. This remarkable achievement built upon the band's First Division rating from the UIL Marching Competition in the fall. This collective success marks an impressive 18 consecutive years of Sweepstakes Awards for the program. The dedication and talent of the students, under the expert direction of Mr. Raymond Parker and Assistant Directors Mr. Michael Holovic, Israel Robledo, and Ms. Dana Parker, have clearly culminated in this well-deserved honor. Congratulations to all 74 members of the Navarro High School Band, their directors, and the entire program on this significant accomplishment. Parents, come on up. And then next we have our winter guard. Demonstrating exceptional artistry and athleticism, 12 members of the Navarro Winter Guard, a dynamic performance ensemble that combines dance, flag, rifle, and saber work in a captivating indoor setting, secured a remarkable 3rd place at the prestigious Texas Color Guard Circuit competition held at Davenport High School on March 8th. This achievement affirms their dedication and talent within the competitive Winter Guard arena, where groups meticulously craft and execute themed routines that are judged on technical proficiency and artistic expression. Congratulations to our team and the leadership of Ms. Morgan Bledsoe. year, Navarro ISD's UIL academics teams have traveled to area meets and competitions and demonstrated exceptional talent and dedication at the highly competitive Region 4 tournament held at Texas A&M Corpus Christi on April 26th. The Panthers left a strong mark, securing several top finishes and one coveted spot at the state UIL academics meet, which is taking place right now and tomorrow. The Navarro teams achieved impressive results, including a 6th place finish in number sense, 5th in literary criticism and mathematics, 4th place in accounting. Individually, John Kehoe stood out, placing 11th in number sense and earning 5th place bronze medal in mathematics, and a 2nd place silver medal in calculator applications, qualifying him for the state UIL meet. Claire Mulvaney placed 8th in literary criticism, while Kaylee Henley secured 2 4th place bronze medals in journalism and feature writing and headline writing. The calculator applications team also secured a strong 2nd place finish. Additionally, Sophia Castillo and Daniel Glenn represented Navarro High School at the UIL 4A District 26 cross-examinations debate tournament, earning a bronze medal and advancing to the state tournament held in March at the University of Texas at Austin. We are so proud of our Panthers' academic achievements and also want to thank our UIL coordinator, Mr. Myers, who couldn't be here because he's at state, and our coaches, Ms. Andrea Weil, Alyssa Stanish, Andrew Barrow, Jessica Limmer, and Hillary Forrester. Congratulations.
All right.
Next up, we have our FFA teams. Our FFA students have demonstrated exceptional achievements across a spectrum of CDE and LDE competitions and livestock shows, showcasing their dedication and expertise in various agriculture fields. Advancing to the state level evaluation contest, 12 members forming 4 of our FFA teams were spread across the state and did their very best, competing through harsh weather elements on April 24th. These teams included range evaluation, land evaluation, horticulture evaluation, and farm and business management. At major livestock shows, our students achieved significant recognition in a variety of categories. Notable third place and higher individuals include Justin Ronnie, with the Floriculture Evaluation Championship individual earning a $10,000 scholarship from the San Antonio Livestock Show. Jada Bloom, $1,500 calf scramble certificate recipient at San Antonio Livestock Show. Weston Nordell, 3rd place Berkshire Breeding Gilt at the Rio Grande Valley Livestock Show. Avery Sisak, 3rd place Southdale Market Lamb at the San Antonio Livestock Show. And Harley Frost with the $1,500 calf scramble certificate at San Antonio Livestock Show. 3rd place scramble steer at the Houston Livestock Show, reserve high overall senior swine skillathon at the Austin Livestock Show, 3rd place senior swine skillathon at the Rio Grande Valley Livestock Show, and also Camry Kaufman earning 2nd place with her Charlet steer and also 2nd place with her Simbra steer at the Houston Livestock Show. These accomplishments underscore the deep commitment and talent within the Navarro ISD FFA program. This continued success is a testament to a long-standing tradition of excellence in showmanship, leadership development, and career preparation fostered through agriculture education in Navarro ISD. We extend our sincere congratulations to all of the students for their hard work achievements and our gratitude to the dedicated advisors who guide and inspire them. Congratulations. season, our area qualifiers included the men's 4x100 relay team, who hold the new school record of 43.71 seconds, the men's 4x200 relay team, and 100-meter hurdles. Advancing to the regional meet were Lilia Flo in 1600-meter run and Madison Gilliam in the 800-meter and 400-meter dash, in which she holds the 800-meter new school record time of 2 minutes and 17.3 seconds. Emerson Cochran competed at the state track meet held at the University of Texas in the 400-meter dash, placing 6th in state and broke the school record with an impressive time of 57.8 seconds. She also holds the school record in the 100 and 200-meter dash. Beyond the track, 5 brilliant athletes were announced to the Texas High School Coaches Association Academic All-State recipients, including Madison Gilliam, Elizabeth Hagan, Lindley Sturm, Emilio Salazar, and Yandel Ramon. Congratulations to our track teams, individuals, and the coaches on these outstanding, hard-fought, and well-earned athletic and academic achievements. Okay, and next we have powerlifting. In women's powerlifting, the team had multiple medalists over the course of the season, as well as multiple top 3 team finishes. 10 girls qualified for the Region 5 meet, with 6 receiving medals and an overall 5th place team finish. Aiden Chapa, Paula Hernandez, Kaylee Thomas, and Sloan Wackester advanced to state, in which Sloan medaled an impressive 5th place finish, and was also selected to the Texas High School Powerlifting All-State Academic Elite Team for maintaining an incredible 98+ GPA. Men's powerlifting also had multiple medalists over the course of the season and competed well as a team with multiple top 3 finishes, including first at our home-hosted meet. 9 boys qualified for regionals, including 2 regional champions and 3 other medalists. As a team, they placed 3rd overall at the regional meet. Corbin Bennies, Evan Rodriguez, Caleb Shiraki, Dylan Trotty, and Ashton Evans advanced to the state meet, with Ashton earning an incredible 2nd place finish in state. Ashton was also invited to compete in the USAPL High School Showdown in San Antonio, taking place on May 25th. Congratulations to our powerlifters and coaches on a remarkable season. The Navarro High School spring tennis program has achieved significant success this season. Demonstrating exceptional skill and dedication, Giovanna Coelho earned the district champion title in girls singles, securing the Most Valuable Player award and advancing to the regional meet. The mixed doubles team of Kylie Whitlow and Bailey Burgess also distinguished themselves, qualifying for the state meet. Their tenacity and perseverance were further recognized with the Fighting Heart Award through their quarterfinal round at state. In addition to their athletic accomplishments, the program also celebrates the academic achievements of its student athletes. 11 team members earn academic all-district honors. Furthermore, Gigi Coelho, Tegan Harworth, Evelyn Scott, and Patrick Monge have been recognized by the Texas Tennis Coaches Association with academic all-state honors. Gigi earned the Texas High School Coaches Association First Team Academic All-State distinction, while Tegan, Evelyn, and Patrick received the Second Team All-District State honors. Please join us in extending a sincere congratulations to these accomplished student athletes and coaches on their remarkable season on the court and in the classroom.
Over just a little. There we go. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Parents? Thank you. Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, our Teachers of the Year. Navarro ISD celebrated its outstanding educators, announcing the Campus Teachers of the Year in March. These awards recognize individuals nominated and chosen by their peers for their exceptional teaching, positive influence, professionalism, and dedication to students' well-being. Troy Stanton, Liz Munster, Haley Herzog, and Stephanie Jeffrey were celebrated on their campuses and at an area banquet hosted by the Seguin Chamber of Commerce on May 5th. Building on this recognition, Navarro ISD proudly named Mrs. Munster, a third-grade math teacher at Navarro Intermediate, as its inaugural District Teacher of the Year. Ms. Munster, in her first year with the district, but with 14 years of experience, was selected through a rigorous process involving applications and interviews with district leaders, previous Campus Teachers of the Year, the Navarro Education Foundation, and a high school student in our education program. Mrs. Munster also received a $500 grant from the Navarro Education Foundation and will now advance to applying for the regional level of Teacher of the Year competition. Please join me in thanking these outstanding honorees as artists who inspire love of learning through their craft and create an environment where every student becomes a masterpiece.
Well, she's done.
That was good.
Okay, that concluded our recognitions, and at this time, we welcome anyone who signed up for public participation and comments. There was no public participation and comments this evening, so we are going to move forward with our updates. Sorry, my computer is not working as fast as I am.
That's fine, because it's gonna take me a minute to get this thing going, remember.
Okay, so we're doing high school construction and bond 2021 and 2024 update.
Yes,
AGCM.
we'll roll through, and as always, stop, ask questions. I'll try to allow you the opportunity, but if I don't, please do. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Epley. Let's just jump right in. We have looked at many of the same pictures in all the classroom wings over the course of the last couple months. This gives you a treat of looking at the life skills suite area. This room will have a dishwasher, refrigerator, and a range for teaching opportunities for our students. Flooring is in, ceilings closed, lighting, you see the countertops, the millwork, the sink. As we go to the second floor in the science classrooms, again, flooring, lighting. Now we see the drying racks. That back wall, we see the black squares. Those are going to be the drying racks. Each station, so there'll be 4 sinks on that back wall. We'll have a little sink with a faucet. All the millwork is in. We have marker boards up, whiteboards up, in most all the classroom areas. As we go to the middle of the school, this is the social stairs area, and it's not real clear here, but they are starting to do the ceramic tile installation on all the stairs. The railings are in. This again can be another instructional space in the middle of the school. That's why they have the bigger bleacher seating. In the cafeteria, we have paint going up on walls. There's millwork now installed where the trash receptacles will be located. Still doing some ceiling work, but as you can see, the grid is in, the lighting is in, and they expect to do overhead inspections by next week, so they're starting to button up everything in the cafeteria itself. A shot in the kitchen, all the ceramic tiles up on the walls. They're continuing with a lot of mechanical, electrical, and plumbing work still. We do have the grid in, and again, all area, we call this area D, should be complete within the next 2 weeks. As far as finishes and things, these guys will still have appliances and stuff to install in the kitchen area. As we look in the auditorium, I think last month we were taking down the dance floor. Now you can clearly see the hard lid ceilings, the lighting, rigging is up at backstage. To the middle and the back there, you can see kind of a little box. That's your control room with a spot booth up above. Looking to put seating in here in the next month or so. We have plywood up for the proscenium and all the backing. We go into the CTE area of the building, which is the southwest side. Finishing up all the MEP rough-in work. Looking to start ceiling grid here in the next couple of weeks. Most of the light fixtures, and this is a poor picture, well, this was also done last week. When I walked this morning, most all these areas have light fixtures now in place. Another look, this is the welding shop. The equipment you see there on the pallets is for the welding station, so we have most all materials on site. Everything's painted, light fixtures are in here, the power drops, electrical drops are in. I've shown you pictures of the band hall. Well, this is the ensemble room, which just is on the back side of the band hall. Band hall looks much the same as well, with the ceiling grid in, most all above ceiling complete, walls painted, with ceiling tile expected to be installed in the next couple of weeks. Move around to the weight room, walls painted, ductwork is going in, a lot of ductwork is going in, and this area, you can see it all stored there on the floor. Peek at the competition gym, we have paint going up. Most all the ductwork is complete. They were painting handrails today. There was a delivery coming in of, I'm assuming, flooring. So once we get all the RTUs fired up, which over the classroom area, those have been started up and are functioning. So once we start getting those things in and the rest of the finishes up, we'll start seeing everything really come into life. As far as site work, I don't know how many of y'all drive by, but the other morning before the pep rally, I was like, the parking lot lights work, so I took this shot. Landscaping prep is happening in the islands here. I'm kind of out of order on my slides, and I apologize. So this kind of gives you a sneak peek at the, well, not a sneak peek, this is the site of the building that you see from 123, but we still have EFS work happening. Last week they poured this portion of the drive, which on my little picture there is highlighted in yellow. And then the two areas that are highlighted in red on the bottom left and then the top right are really the only concrete paving we have left to pour on the site. Ag Barn, which is the one on the upper right, and I think I have a photo here coming up, will be poured in the next week or so. And then that last corner there on the bottom left, in the next few weeks. All the big shipments, all the trucks are coming in that way, so they're not pouring concrete there for a little bit. Here's some of the site grading work that's happening at the Ag Barn. This will be oversized parking, I guess, in the back, or trailer turnaround. I'm not sure how you technically will label that, but more space for all the trailers and traffic. As we go back on the back side of CTE, this is looking outside the welding shop. So there will be iron gates with an electrical vehicle gate there in the middle to allow for deliveries, allow them to store things outside and be secured. This concrete was poured the week before last. Also on the back side of the building, they're continuing with all the EFS work. So this is actually the back side of the competition gym, which y'all may have seen if you came to the pep rally. That's where the scaffolding is all set up. overall look at the site, I mean, it's just really starting to come together now, cleaning it up. So we met with TxDOT last week, and this week you should start seeing signage up on 123 warning of construction work to come. This is just kind of show you all, if you hadn't seen before, what that work is going to look like. So they're going to start on the southbound side of 123 and work from just past our trailers towards the main entry, and that's on to the left here. So we have to put a deceleration lane, and then a right turn lane, 2 straight lanes, and a left turn lane to Timmerman, and that's what we'll be working on for the next couple of weeks. The goal is to get all this work done by the start of school, and so TxDOT is aware of that, and they're helping us out. The bottom portion of the drawing here is coming, like if you were exiting the school. At the top side, that's Timmerman Road. We're also going to be widening and adding a shoulder and a turn lane there.
Is there only one in and 3 out?
Yes.
Okay. When you say start of school, you mean opening of the high school, not starting next school year?
August is our goal, because we don't want to have all these people working on the side of 123 when traffic picks back up. So
What about light startup day? I mean, is that gonna coincide at the same time, or?
I will have to get back to you on that. I assumed it was at least all the road work where we'll have people out there daily, but we didn't talk about the traffic signal, so I can follow up on that one. I guess this is my last slide for the high school, so if there's any other, we can always go back. As we jump into the bond updates, Ryan's here with me tonight. He's taken over the primary and intermediate parking playground project, the chiller project, and the elementary project. So we'll start with athletic complex. Y'all were here Friday for the pep rally, and it was really good to see y'all out there. I hope it was a good time and a unique groundbreaking opportunity. So I threw up some of the fun pics if you haven't seen yet, of everybody doing their first play shots and cheering, and the one time we get to tell Robbie to put his pom-poms down. Overall layout of athletics, I highlighted in yellow on the right, that's where we were for the pep rally. So the S stands for softball. That is now cut out completely, which if you were not able to venture over there, I think I have another picture. Baseball, they just started cutting that right as soon as we finished our pep rally. Actually, they moved the excavators over and they started their first cuts for the baseball field. So this was last Monday, the beginning cuts for the softball field. Just kind of another shot of all the work happening out in the outfield. So when they're excavating for the fields, they're taking the bad soil, the top 3 layers. It's not bad. It can't be used for base. So they're exporting it to the south side where we're going to have all of our parking lots. And so then you have the bulldozers grading it out and conditioning it back there. To the left here, you can kind of see the pile of the good select fill. Well, that's under the top 3 feet. So we've set that aside because we're going to reuse that. So this is a softball field, a look from outfield. Okay. I'll let Ryan speak to, we're going to have to go back and forth, yeah.
Which part? To the right folder?
Yep.
All right, for the primary and intermediate campus, parking, playground, and the front drives improvements, we have a kickoff meeting on this Wednesday, and everything is in place, permits in place, contracts are all in place. You can see the contractor's office trailer has arrived, and they will begin construction next Tuesday, right after Labor Day. That's the new layout, of course, intermediate school on the left and elementary school on your right. Chiller replacement at the current high school. Main thing right now is to procure the chillers. They're long lead time item, and get those headed this way, and everything will then be set to begin installing them once the high school is vacated, as they move to the new high school and before the junior high comes over. And then that also coincides with the junior high refresh project that we'll speak more later.
Secured a storage location if they come in, say, 2 months early?
The contractor will.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
I don't want us being responsible for it.
There's the current, this is right underneath, right? Yeah, current mechanical room there with the chillers right on top. So they'll actually take those off with a crane and install the new roofing there. They'll have to make some more penetrations. That's why all that'll get redone. Just that section, not the whole building.
So for the junior high refresh project, just as a reminder, it's truly a refresh. So we'll be remodeling, refreshing, and expanding. We're just trying to maximize the dollars that we've budgeted aside for this work to deliver additional instructional spaces. So the current library at the junior high, this is it. We're going to convert it into 2 more classrooms. We need it. With all the rapid growth, we need classroom space. And since junior high will be occupying the high school, there's a usable library there already. As we just kind of continue to look at the existing spaces, here's high school and it's also building 500 there on the left. Truly flooring, painting, graphics, signage, and we have the O'Connell team here tonight, and they're later in your action items. They'll go through a little more detail on which areas we're focused on right now to just maximize, to rebrand, and have the students come to a fresh campus when they start in the junior high. And then, of course, we're looking at signage changes as well, taking in consideration the marquees, and talking about using the existing junior high marquee as some kind of decoration, traditional piece within the building.
Navarro South, just over a little a week ago, on May 5th, the design development or DD drawings were released by LPA, and with that now your CMAR contractor Bartlett Cock, they will do another budget round at this milestone and a constructability review. That'll be out in June. I'm not sure if it'll be in time for the June meeting or not. I'll have to verify that. But we'll have another round of budgeted to make sure that scope and budget are still aligning. And also with this, we also have the public infrastructure permit, which is being reviewed by the city of Seguin. And that public infrastructure, that's all the utilities, water, sewer, electric, the stormwater runoff, and as well as the widening of East Martindale Road. So they're reviewing all that at this time concurrently. So everything is still moving along there. Existing elementary and intermediate refresh. This again will come out the summer of 27 to open with Middle School South. So currently, what did I say? Oh, I'm in Bernie mode, sorry. Elementary South. The refreshes, majority of the work will happen at the elementary. Still working with these ladies here, mainly at the elementary, to see the needs, what they will have as far as growth and how that campus changes. As you can see here, fall of 2025, that top rectangle that you don't really see anything in right there, that's the annex currently being used by the high school. And as you move into next year, she will start needing some of that space. So we'll continue working on that and make sure we align scope to budget with there as well to get as much as we can to meet their needs and as they grow those campuses.
And also incorporate some of the features going into the new elementary, bringing it into this elementary campus as well. Again, we want the students coming back to these campuses to feel like they're coming to a fresh environment.
Okay. Any questions, comments, concerns? This is a really thorough presentation. Thank you. Okay, we are moving into agenda item 7, and we'll start with 7A, the compensation task force recommendations.
Board of Trustees. Thanks for having us here tonight. We are here to share the Compensation Task Force recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year. I'm Jessica Limmer. I came here last year for the exact same reason. I'm an English teacher at the high school.
My name is Christina Love, and I work in transportation with SPED students.
And before we get started, would all the Compensation Task Force members here tonight please stand to be recognized? Yeah, there's a few of us. Yes. The 2024 and 2025 Compensation Task Force included teachers, support staff, and administrators representing all campuses and district departments, plus 2 Navarro ISD board trustees. We met 4 times, starting on September 17th and continuing until April 29th. And we started out, we engaged in the following activities. We learned about the district budget, how school funding works, and what proposals related to funding and compensation are being considered by the Texas legislature. We reviewed the current Navarro ISD compensation plan and compared the level of compensation that we have at surrounding districts and comparable districts. We also looked at questions and concerns about district compensation, and we identified priorities, and we found consensus with our very diverse group of employees and stakeholders. So then our key findings and recommendations are that we compared to surrounding districts and comparable districts. Navarro ISD's compensation is generally competitive for teachers and other positions. But one place where we were really concerned that we're less competitive is instructional aides, also referred to as paraprofessionals. Because the Texas legislature is still in session and still considering action related to school funding and teacher pay raises, we do not have a final recommendation for the board. We are suggesting that you wait until June to adopt the 2025-26 compensation plan. However, we do have a recommendation based on Navarro ISD's current budget, assuming no new funding or requirements by the states.
We recommend that Navarro ISD maintain its current percentage share of employee-only health insurance premiums, which is approximately 74%. We will not know what the 2025-2026 premiums will be until this summer. This slideshow with the budgetary impact would be if the premium increase is 5%, 10%, or 15%. We recommend a compensation increase of 6% of midpoint for classroom paraprofessionals or educational aides, and a 4% increase based on mid-scale or midpoint for teachers and all other employees. For teachers, a 4% increase at mid-scale equates to $2,400. The total cost of this increase is estimated to be $940,000, which is available to preliminary 2025-2026 budget with that Mr. Newhog has prepared, regardless of any funding increases by the Texas legislator. This will conclude our presentation. Thank you all for the opportunity to share the Compensation Task Force recommendations. Does anyone have any questions for them sitting next to us? We are open ears. No? Well, thank you all for.
I have one. So I recently kind of discussed this with Ms. Epley the other day, and I don't know the protocols here. So, but something that has come up, brought to my attention, is some teachers are concerned about stipends, and the stipends were talked about being increased for some of the things they do, and they haven't heard back. So is that discussed in this, or is that a part of this? I don't know.
Yeah, you can comment on that if you know enough about the stipend study.
What the committee knows.
Yeah, I just remember that we had discussed that there would be a stipend study, but I think it hasn't happened yet. Is that correct?
It is in process right now. We're anticipating June, we'll have some results to bring to you. It is important to note, we are asking TASB to not only look at our existing stipends, but also additional stipends based on new duties, additions to duties. Ultimately, they're looking at market value for this area and looking at the 90% range. We have budgeted funding to adjust those. If it comes back larger than that budget, then we will look at a phase-in plan to raise folks to market level.
Thank you for your question.
Sorry, it has to do with the stipends a bit, and it might be more of a compensation plan question later. I know at some point when we did the studies years ago, we were looking at, or TASB recommended we get rid of stipends and roll that into pay. Are we going back to stipends, or did we not actually do that?
So we do have some positions that actually were rolled into pay, for example, ag. They recommend that one, but there are other things that
That they're still recommending.
they're
these
still
stipends,
recommending
okay.
these smaller stipends. So that will come back with the study. Is there anything we need to pull into that compensation piece? I think certainly the legislature is wanting to move away from those blanket raises and see that combination of TIA along with that growth, that kind of infusion at this point. But as far as stipend, they haven't made a particular comment. So we're looking forward to hearing from TASB, but great point about some of those positions rolling into actually being put on a different scale and having that as total compensation, not just a stipend.
Note on that also, the stipends allow for more differentiated pay as well, so that people who are taking on additional responsibilities or things can be compensated without creating 52, pay scales. And so I think it's really I think what they recommend is more for those where the position inherently has extra responsibilities, like the ag, or for things that all recruiters must have, like ESL certifications, things like that, are more where those blanket things are.
I would just say that if y'all wouldn't mind communicating if there's a study happening, whatever, I don't know timelines of anything, I'm just expressing what was brought to me. Maybe make them feel comfortable that it is being looked into.
Yeah, I think that's duly noted, and I think that when we communicate around what the compensation task force is recommending, we'll include that feature on the stipend study ongoing.
And that, I would say, is a big part of our compensation task force, is we are trying to mobilize them to be able to be a voice on their campus with information related to how compensation works, what we're looking at, what the legislature is doing. But I would also encourage anyone who is thinking that information is not out there, after every board meeting, we publish board notes and a district update. And so I know that goes out to all employees, and I'm sure in the heat of all of the work, it falls to the bottom of the email, but I would encourage everybody to look at it. And then of course, if you have questions, please give us a call. We'd be happy to update you, and we update all of that in our quarterly Panther Progress as well. But yes, the stipends will come to you as a board as well to see what we're recommending, and so that'll be another agenda item for you guys to review along with compensation.
To Joel's point about the communication, every campus is represented in the task force, right?
That's a good question. Do you guys have a representative from every
Yes,
campus?
every campus is represented as well as every department.
Okay, so do our staff know who those representatives are on their campus? That if for some reason they're not getting to the information that's being sent out to them, that they know who they can go give comments to?
I cannot answer in confidence that everyone knows that. I think we could do more to communicate that out to everyone, say here's your contact. Thank you for that idea.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I think that sticking with the recommendation of delaying the adoption until June and legislative is done is probably prudent. Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're gonna move into 7B, discussion on our budget timeline.
This is on, okay. So this is just where we are at the moment. We're hopefully, on the June 16th meeting, we will have some clarity from the legislature about what they are doing in terms of giving us funds or not giving us funds, and how they are allocating those, how we are going to have to allocate those funds. I know all of you have been getting updates and seeing how this has gone back and forth and where they're going, so that's why I'm hesitant to move forward on anything until we see what they've done. So the June 16th, hopefully we have clarity, so I'll be able to give you some better information on where we will fall in revenue and what we have available, and also how that revenue may be eaten up, whatever the legislature has mandated. Then July 21st, some additional discussions. July 25th, that deadline for the appraisal district, for them to certify values, for us to get certified values, they have to get to at least 95% having been settled. I think since I've been here, there's been only 1 year where they had so many protests that year they could not get to 95%. If they don't get to 95%, they give us a sheet that says this is our estimate. So we still get some information for that on that July 25th to work towards the budget. The August 11th meeting, we had those 2 meetings in August. I hate to bring you in twice, but the way the laws and the restrictions are written, we have to. We have that August 11th meeting where we have to set a public meeting date, and then that has to be published on the 13th in the paper and on the website so that everybody knows. And then we will come back for that adoption on the 27th for both the budget and the tax rate. Any questions? I'm looking straight at Joel.
Well, I do have questions, but I wonder, we talk about the June task force. This is me not knowing the process, is my question. We talk about June, working on the compensation committee stuff, but we're not gonna approve a budget. We're gonna we could possibly increase by $1 million our costs according to the compensation task force. But we're not gonna do it. So I just have we're putting the expenses.
Part of the reason you need to set up the salary scale though, and why that's why we're gonna look at what that revenue is and make sure that we are not going to exceed that. I will have the other numbers we have from the budget. At that night, I will be able to give you a worksheet that says here's where all the expenses are gonna be, here's where the current revenue is at, so that you can see that we can afford what we are wanting to do. So I'm not gonna ask you to, but we want to adopt that salary scale as soon as possible, so that when we're hiring new staff and bringing staff in, they know what they're gonna get.
And that makes sense. It's just, we're not doing the budget till 3 months later.
No, and that's true, but that's,
so in my brain, I'm just processing. That's why you saw the questions.
And I know, but that's partly because by the time we get to July, right now, and when I'm estimating tax rate, and I'm estimating a tax rate, I'm estimating what we're gonna collect in taxes, I'm estimating state aid, which is all based on that. Now, theoretically, the state aid goes up if tax revenue comes down, so overall it should balance out. But we won't see the final numbers for any of that until we get into, we get that certified value in July and then the tax office publishes their notice and gives me the maximum tax rate. TEA publishes the maximum tax rate we can use on the M&O side. We get the INS rate calculated. And sometime in July, we're going to be, just as a heads up as part of this, sometimes in July, we're gonna be issuing at least part of some of the 2024 bonds that are still need to be issued. We're already working with Dwayne on Westerman on those numbers, on what we're gonna be able to issue, and what we think we're gonna be able to issue based on what we currently know of our property values. So that's going to impact that ultimately the tax rate when we adopt. So there's a lot of balls in the air at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand how you're juggling.
And to address some of your concerns, Joel, going through the process for the first time, we will give you the estimate. Obviously they're presenting their recommendation, which is within our budget parameters. with current law and current funding. But we'll also give you a range. So once we know more, and to Paul's point, hopefully we will know more, but we'll be able to give you what does it look like with a 1%, a 2%, a 3%, a 4%, a 5%. How far does taking it even further take us into deficit, if that's something that is of curious nature to anybody here. I would not recommend it, but we do try to give you kind of a clear path as you make decisions, and we'll try to get that information to you as soon as possible, so that as you have questions, if you want to come in, talk before we have the meeting, you feel like you have a good understanding of how the decisions you're approving compensation-wise ultimately affect the overall budget.
And some of the things that the legislature is currently considering are going to have potentially major impacts depending on those salary scales, depending on what they finally approve and what they put out. So that's why it's going to be a very, very difficult process to try to balance out what the legislature may pass versus what we can afford at that point, and how we want to allocate those funds. So hopefully they will do it the way that makes it a little where it's under our control versus telling us how we have to spend the money.
I have more of a logistical question for Dr. Epley. Being that we'll have the meeting on the 11th and the 27th, will we be doing the regular meeting at the normal Monday, or are we adjusting that based on the fact that there would be 3 meetings that month? I don't have the board schedule in front of me, so I didn't know if that was already moved or if that was.
And I'd have to look at it
Because
myself.
that is the
Did I put the wrong date?
I just know August gets super busy, and so if we needed to move that meeting so that,
On the 11th, that's when our meeting is.
The regular meeting would be the 11th.
the regular meeting is already moved to the 11th.
Right, and then the 27th, the later meeting is usually, although
special
last year we used
It's
it,
shorter.
for a lot of other things that came up in between the 11th and
So
the.
that answers my question,
Yes.
that we moved the meeting, because like I said, I don't have it in front of me, that the normal meeting would have been the 18th. Okay,
Right.
so it's already.
Yeah, but again, because it's that timeline of, we have to publish the notice in the newspaper 10 days in advance of the meeting to adopt the tax rate, so that's why.
She's right, if we had used last year's schedule, it would have been shifted, but
Yeah.
we did adjust it already.
And actually, it was adjusted last year, we did the same thing, it was in the second week of we had the first meeting in the second week, and the last meeting in that last week, so.
Good catch.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go into discussion item 7C, consider selection of board workshop date for the superintendent evaluation and the board of trustee goals and evaluation metrics. So during our last special meeting, we had talked about having our superintendent evaluation not on the same night as our regular meeting, just because those fall in months where we're busy on our regular agenda anyway, and it doesn't serve anybody any good to try to do an evaluation at the end of a night like that. So as right now, we just need to talk, we're just talking about dates, and because the evaluation is coming up, we need to try to get that in the first 2 weeks of June. So let's talk about when we can do that.
SLI is the 11th.
Yeah, so the 12th is out.
We have in the summary June 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 10th, if 12th is out. The other option is, depending on your schedules, since we were looking at quarterly, doing something similar to what you did with the budget workshop, and setting that before the meeting and then going into the full meeting, so that everybody's kind of fresh and we address things and then come out and do the meeting. So if that's more palatable, I know with approval of the budget and all the things, there's a lot of meetings going on.
And there typically are in the summer. My only concern with doing that is that if we're gonna set the, I mean, I understand we could go over and then it's just, it gets bumped back.
Sure.
But I also get leery of posting our regular meeting's gonna start at 7 and then we're not done, with the business that we need to handle as far as the evaluation and our own, evaluation metrics.
Got it.
Second to the fourth and ninth and 10th work for me, so either one.
Same.
I'm good on the third and fourth only for sure.
Okay, well, we're narrowing it down. I'm gonna narrow that down real quick.
I'm
Just
good
based
on
on what I know I have in
I'm
June.
good on the 3rd and 4th also. I'm good on the 3rd and 4th. Do you need to confer with the family calendar?
No, I already did.
Oh, okay.
I'm good for every day, to be honest.
Okay. Okay, so 3rd and 4thers, what works better?
I like the third, but the
Okay.
fourth works as well, so I guess it's kind of.
It's
I'm-
third.
I'm good with the 3rd.
Let's
Everybody
go.
good with the 3rd?
3's a good number. I'm good
Okay.
with it.
I'm glad I can make that decision.
Thank you.
Okay, then we will get that on the calendar and make sure that that gets posted. I would like to try to keep the subject matter in the agenda to those two things, but obviously if something comes up that we need to handle, we will do that.
And so that would be the evaluation of,
That would be the evaluation of the superintendent
Mhm.
and also, doing our trustees' goals and evaluation
okay,
metrics.
perfect.
Any other discussion on that? Okay, we'll move to 7D.
The evaluation, were you going to discuss the actual goal attainment metrics for the superintendent? Or
Did we put that in our last one?
It's an
Yeah,
action?
I think it
It's
is
an
down
action
in, yeah,
item.
that's what
Okay,
we
I just wanna make sure we.
I was like, I'm not seeing that.
Okay.
Okay, so yes, we'll move into 7D, discussion of the Guadalupe Appraisal District acquisition and renovation of property.
Jim Levens, 225 Windwood Circle.
Thank you.
Good evening, guys, trustees, Board President Sartain, Superintendent Epley, or Superintendent Dr. Epley, congratulations to you. It's really good being with y'all here tonight. I am here tonight as your duly appointed representative on the Guadalupe County Appraisal District Board of Directors, and I'll just be briefly introducing our Chief Appraiser, Peter Snadden. But before I do that, I just want to pass along, I'm going to wear my different hat as City Councilman for the City of Seguin and just tell you how honored I am to serve in that role, as I'm sure each of y'all are honored to serve in your roles. Not only do I like to advocate for the entire needs of the City of Seguin, but in particular, something that was ingrained on me by my son Alex has now since graduated, but back when I was still talking with all the other parents and such, one parent friend came to me and said, "We're so glad we have a voice on council," and it really sunk in, guys. We live on the southwest end of the district, and when we were annexed by the city in 2005, I believe, there were 4% of the City of Seguin homes were Navarro ISD households. And the last data I got from Mr. Snadden, I believe, was January of 2024. It was right around 19%. So fully now, 1 out of every 5 homes in the City of Seguin is a Navarro ISD household. And it is my honor to represent this north side, which is anything north of I-10. I'm looking forward to our infrastructure finally catching up. We're gonna get that fire station in Northside Park. That'll be on the Riley property off of Huber, just by the softball fields. Looking forward to a lot of good things. Peter Snadden joined the appraisal district in 2008. Very analytical guy, as you might suspect, somebody in his position. I used to call him Elon, but I don't know if that's such a praiseworthy name anymore. But not only data-driven, he's really, especially since he got into the chief appraiser role 5 years ago, he's very well respected by the employees in particular, because he started a payroll study, just like you. We're about employee retention. So he had his eyes on that ball. And then the other thing is he's very data-driven. He's been looking at what can we do facilities-wise so that we no longer have people working out of closets. So we no longer have people sitting basically on top of each other to do their jobs. And he's also trying to figure out how can we best serve our constituents, the public, when they come in, especially for the appraisal review board hearings and sessions. So that's what's brought us here today. He has done some studies on how can we keep up, just like the school districts, the city government, the county governments, we're all trying to figure out how to keep up with this population boom. And Peter, I'm gonna turn it over to you to explain how we'd like to proceed.
So, President Sartain and Dr. Effie, members of the board, I appreciate y'all giving me a moment here of your time to talk to you today about obviously what we have in front of us as the appraisal district, our newest obstacle. It started about a year ago, April of '24, kind of similar to Mr. Newhoff when he mentioned that there was only 1 year that we didn't quite certify on time. It was 2022, and it was because we had that rapid growth. That was our first year, roughly about 24,000 appeals, and that's what we're averaging for the last 3 years. But we made some changes, obviously, in 23 and 24, so that way, when we still saw that type of activity, we were able to timely certify for y'all. But, so I brought it to my board, and I'll go over briefly. We do more than just appraising, obviously. We do quite a bit. We administer 87,000 active tax exemptions of the taxpayers. Over 90,000 taxpayers' individual records that we have to maintain. We're constantly updating the maps. Obviously, that's a public searchable tool for the taxpayers. There's that 24,000 annually appeals. And then, of course, we got 32 individual taxing units now, quite a bit over the last 15 years since I started, 17 years now. I'll briefly go through, obviously, the images of the current facility, which kind of brought us to this point. Here's 25. The only difference, obviously, is since the renovation in '08 was the parking lot, and that was just so that people could have some space up top when they were visiting. Obviously, we have these challenges. Here's an image from last year, and I could put multiple images from this year, but this is what I had showed my board last year after when I decided to bring it to their attention that we need to start looking at this. So you have that during appeals. ADA issues, obviously. People trying to get maneuverability is not helpful. You guys all know this road out here is getting very heavy, so a single ingress egress can be dangerous as well. Obviously, the workstations, like Mr. Levens indicated, I actually have. This is the biggest issue: is the restrooms. We have 4 single occupancy restrooms for 41 members of the staff as well as the public when they're in there, so they can get wait long lines. The IT area, very small for over 200 devices that our IT tech is taking care of for us each day. Mailroom, anything under 1,000 units, we'll try to do in-house to save taxpayer funds. And you can see it's just a small little area, so it's undersized. Insufficient break room, obviously. This is where the ARB, as well as my staff, will take their lunch. A lot of times during the appeal season, because it's a Class C misdemeanor, if any discussion goes on between the board and my staff, they'll eat out in their car, just keep that distance during the appeal season, which seems to stretch on for most of the year now. Restricted walkways, we've done a lot of work on that aspect in the sense that, we've been digitizing quite a bit over the last 24 months, so that's been helpful. Repurposing, this is that growing trend that we kind of see. We had supervisory offices that we had to, I switched over into dual occupancy, mine included, get more people, more workstations in there. Here's the closets. These are actual closets that we transitioned. Right outside of my office there, we have a couple of taxpayer liaison, has that little desk in the back there. Mrs. Tavy Murphy is our taxpayer liaison at this particular time, and she's on site whenever the board is in session to be there answering questions for the taxpayers. Here's our conference room when we're trying to have some organization-wide type discussions with our staff. Obviously, we break it up usually, but when I want everybody in there, you can kind of see how it gets. We did have a public research room that was part of that, actually, 2008 renovation. It was supposed to be this great modernized aspect. We had to repurpose that because of the volume that we're seeing. So at that point, what we started last year was looking at alternatives. Obviously, we sent some stuff to y'all last year, kind of initially just taking a look at what options we currently have. And it was more so geared around building on site, buying some more land from the people behind us, and some sort of renovation, or not renovation, excuse me, addition of some sort. Obviously, I'm gonna go through obviously the numbers. You guys are all aware of the numbers. You know, we jumped in the last 15 years, 14 years or so. We're all in we're right on that southern line, so the growth is gonna come. I was amazed. I've been driving. I live in Cibolo, so I'll take I-10 quite a bit, and just I-10 from Marion to Cibolo. I mean, the infrastructure they're doing, if the state's doing that, you know the growth is coming. They're preparing for it. So we're expected, you know, to get about 280 by 2024 or 2045, excuse me. So my thought was, when I brought it to the board, was, you know, looking for a 20-year strategic plan, not, you know, hey, what gets us past today or tomorrow, you know, just so that we can continue the current level. We're looking for preparing for what's coming, you know, similar to everybody, you know. Everything's gonna get more expensive, so we saw an opportunity that came up here with this school. But anyhow, I apologize, I'll get back here. Technology, obviously, staffing, we're looking, you know, I estimated we're gonna need about anywhere between 2 and 4 full-time staffers every 5 years. And we got litigation costs. Now that we're growing, the values are growing, brings in lawyers, you know, so I've had over, you know, I think 2 years ago I had 50 litigation cases, and then this past year I think it was just over 30. We'll see what this year has, but I do all that myself. I'll deal with it and try to, you know, save us some costs on the litigation. Public services, obviously, we're going to virtual services. You know, we're going to look at self-kiosks at the new place here that we're proposing. The other thing that I really need to do is, COVID hit, obviously, got everybody out. You know, we were doing everything remote, which was great. Everybody learned how to do things remote, right? But I think that's kind of hurt on our resolve rate during the informal process, because they're doing it from a telephone or whatnot. We can't bring them in because we don't have the space to have the ARBs going, as well as 20 appraisers speaking to 20 different property owners who may bring in additional family members. So we have to do it by. But I'd like to bring people in if we get into a new place quarterly, to bring them, show them what we're doing, how we're doing, so that way it's not an unknown. I think they'll be more likely to accept using these new tools, if you will, by doing that. As well as another option for us is hosting education classes for the other districts, the rural districts that are by us. Instead of having them go all the way to Austin, it would be a helpful thing for them to save costs for their taxpayers as well. So as a tier 1 appraisal district, which is what we are, over 120,000 population, we have the same requirements as Bear. Obviously, we're not as big as Bear, but we are required to the standards that they're required to. So these are some of the things that we wanted to make sure we're able to take place here over the next 20 years. We have the ability to maintain. This is the property out there. You guys may be familiar with it, over there on 216 East College Street. Seguin ISD, I think it was Mayor Bierskin is the name of it, I believe it was. We had an architect when the board went ahead and decided on those. They were presented the 3 options, and this is the one that they decided to move forward with. So we did that back in November, December timeframe, and negotiated a contract for the property, as well as brought in an architect to kind of give us some conceptual designs and some interior floor plans for us, to kind of give us some probable costs, obviously. This is the bottom floor, and there's a lot of, I'm trying to highlight the things that we're going to recapture. On-site storage, that's getting upwards of $5,000 a year for 2 units over here off the highway. It's increased every year since somebody sold it. So having it on-site for our permanent records would be helpful. Why we hold them. Actually, the digitized is going to be the long-term. The intermediary retention, where you have 2 to 5 years, we'll have on site before we destroy them. We're able to. There's that training room I talked about that I want to do, not only just with the public, but also bringing in staff, as well as hosting courses, so we can save our own funds that you guys are providing us for our staff training. I did that the first time 2 years ago. I had a really quick turnover. I had about close to 10 new appraisal staff, and they have to go through 5 years worth of education. We got through all the education. I hosted it over there for like 2 months straight and got it all wiped out and spent like a fraction of the cost. So I think it's something that we could continue to do in the future. Taxpayer liaison will have the office down there. The ARB will have their own break room. We currently have 2 labeled as ARB, but you see that one on the left there, obviously. That was gonna be something in waiting, but as I was crunching the numbers waiting here, we already need the 3 panels going at this point. The 4th panel would be down there in the bottom left when the time comes. Our thought being, obviously, we still have a gymnasium behind there. When the growth gets to the point where we need to have 4 panels, but we also have growth of staff, we can move them up into the gymnasium, open area and stuff like that, because it'd work perfect, wide open area, and then backfill with our needs here. Obviously, that's down the road. Here's gonna be the main lobby area. We'll recapture that public resource room, as well as the kiosks over there on the right. We do have a number of conferences, large conference rooms, mid-sized conference rooms, and that's gonna be because you'll see upstairs on the next floor, we're very much in an open area, cubicle set up for the staff. With mass appraisal, it's actually a good thing when we collaborate, because we want to be on the same page. So when the time comes for individual, settings where they need to have a quiet place to speak with property owners or themselves, they need to get together as a department, they can do so. Here's that I was telling you about, 3rd floor, appraisal staff workstations, the multiple conference rooms, collab rooms is what she was indicating, the architect that did this for us. And then, of course, our staff break room there. Staffing projections, I kind of mentioned a little bit, so we were looking at between 12 and 20 over the next 20-year period, at about, like I said, just under 5 per year, 3 to 5 a year. We are projecting, if everything continues, obviously, at about 40,000 by appeals annually. And one of the things that's everybody gets the right to appeal, which is great. It's just that, so you have the informal conference, which is about 30 minutes scheduled, and then if we don't resolve it, typically it's 2 weeks down the road, they'll come in for another 30-minute discussion with the formal staff, formal ARB, excuse me, to get it resolved. We're getting to the point now where we very much may have to be like these larger metros where, and we speak all the time, the guys and gals, the chiefs around the metro areas on our blog with our little chat blog, and it's all happening. Everything's coming. We're actually starting to see corporate protest firms. They're trying to leverage their volume against us, whereas before, when a market like this year was pretty stagnant, a little bit downward in some certain areas, but it wasn't huge growth. And so this year during the appeal, we've already seen it, and they're talking about it up in Williamston too, is, they have enough value in their portfolio to keep us from that 95, and like Paul was saying, we have to have that by the 25th. So one of the things we're looking at is very much having that additional space, so that way we can say, that's fine, we'll just run you, with the board. We're not gonna cower to what you guys, your demands to get this through. We're gonna, if the data doesn't support it, we're not gonna make the adjustment, so appraisal defense is gonna be very large over the next 20 years for this growing county. So here's some of the probable costs. The site acquisition, obviously, just under 1.9. The renovation cost of the 3-story structure and outdoor middle, but we're not doing anything to the secondary structures in the back other than just cleaning them up and securing them. There was 2 big items that, I asked her to put in there, was because of the flexibility aspect. It was a chiller unit rather than replacing it with the old stuff that was in there, the same kind as she called it. This here, the chiller unit is a nice little area right behind the building that when we decide to, move forward with some additional space needs, you can actually raise that capacity. You don't have to redo a whole new setup. You can actually just run it to your new site there. So that's going to be helpful. And of course, I asked her when she said there were single pane windows, we can recuperate the energy savings in 7 to 5 years by replacing the windows, and that was a ticket item that increased it quite a bit, 700,000, I believe. So on average, because this is equitable between everybody, based off of your relative levy, everybody's going to see, or would see if it's approved, 16.3% to their current funding of our budget. As a percentage of levy across the board there, it's roughly about 0.25% of the levy that's brought into this county. Let's see here, cost mitigation, obviously, I'm looking at that. That's one of the benefits of this option was we can sell the current asset. It's a valuable asset in a great location. It's your building, essentially, undivided interest. So we would sell that. and then utilize those funds to help pay down the principal. Between that and the fact that in the 5 years, as well as my predecessor did the same, we've been very conscientious of our spending. We sent back over $300,000 on average to the entities annually over that 5 years as a fourth quarter credit to your repayments. We're thinking, all right, if that's there again, we could also say, hey, we'll dedicate it towards this, keep paying it down, and then the earned interest through our public investments. A conservative estimate, I was thinking we could knock off at least 3 years off the 20-year term, but if not more. These are the alternate options that I was telling you about. It's kind of hard to see there, but they were roughly just north of $5 million, the two of them. They don't include anything with the purchasing the land. I think one we needed roughly 2 acres, or 1.5 to 2 acres, and the other one we needed about 1 acre. The main thing was that we were going to have to get something from the gentleman that owns the property behind us, so that way we can have a second access point going out like a flag shape. But again, the fact that you're just kind of adding on to a building that doesn't functionally fit right now, doesn't functionally work, you know, we could do this obviously, but it was my recommendation to the board that, you know, we look at the opportunity of you know, preparing what's coming as well as what's here already, and going with the option. Final thoughts. You know, myself as well as my predecessor, Miss Jamie Osborne, she started the culture. I don't know if anybody knew Miss Osborne, but she's the one that hired me back in 2008, and she was great. You know, she really set the tone about public service and the taxpayers being our primary. I know we work for you all in the sense of providing you a product, but we knew that in a roundabout way, the taxpayers should be our primary concern throughout the year. Executive management team, myself, as well as my two deputies, you know, director of admin and my deputy chief. You know, we got 22 years with this district, so we have a good continuity there that we're well respected amongst the staff, so that's good. And then, kind of like you guys are all looking to do, I had the board ask them to commission a salary study last year that came back in July, and then I went ahead and developed a grade step program for us that I presented to my board in December. They passed it, so we're able to control those future costs from payroll, which is obviously the highest ticket items in most budgets. So that's good because we can actually foresee, we can forecast exactly where we're going to be, manage those costs. Really, the last one is the piece of the pie there, obviously, is the facility. I'm looking to check that box here. I think if we do that, we can kind of continue with the same results that you guys have received from us since I've been there. And now I'll just open it up to you. Any comments or questions?
How many square feet is the current facility?
Just about 8,800. And that was I got it here, sorry. Yeah, about 5,200 was built in 1980, and then they added 3,600 in 2008 expansion. So right about 8,850.
Do you have a current value of the present facility?
I mean, I put it into my model, and it's conservatively, you know, 1.5 million at least. And I think that's being conservative.
In terms of your occupancy, I know you listed on here that you're, somewhere in here we have information that you answered a previous question that you're basically adding 3 to 5 employees per year.
So, oh, no, I'm sorry, I mean 5 years. That's like, I was looking at 5-year blocks.
You're looking at 5-year blocks?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So when we look at renovating, so obviously the total cost of this is renovating all 3 and purchasing the land, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So in doing that, how much of the building now, since you're projecting out for 20 years, is actually going to be occupied when you move in? The whole thing will be?
The whole thing will be used.
You basically would be able to fill the facility
Absolutely.
now?
No, I mean, not just with my staff, but with ARBs.
Without even adding any additional folks to it?
I mean, maybe one, I mean, there may be some opens, I think it indicated on there was 1 or 2 open spaces for future, like cubicles and stuff, but all the offices and, I mean, if we have to change over, you know, a conference room, we could always do that in the future, but it'll all be used. Yeah, I mean, you guys take a walk over there and just walk through. We're really on top of each other in there because we've done what we could over the last couple of years, you know, preparing obviously to come here and speak to you all.
So fitness room, I never saw that question addressed.
No, you don't have to. I mean, I will, don't get me wrong. We were just gonna put that in there, but we already need that space now, like I was saying.
Okay.
And it was gonna be one of those things where I was gonna bring in my, you know, my treadmill for the staff. They were gonna bring, I mean, it wasn't like we were buying stuff. It was just gonna be an open room that we said, hey, listen, let's stress relieve, you know, cause they're walking around my building. If you go there at lunchtime, you'll see quite a bit of them out there, you know, doing walks by the highway and going around the back and stuff. So we're just looking for ways to, hopefully alleviate that.
And your chart, is the 51, I'm trying to do my own math here, but your chart that you provided in the email, annual funding responsibility of $51,683, that includes the 6% interest based off of the $10 million?
That was combined, yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's principal and interest, that would be our responsibility, okay, not, alright.
What about a timeline? If y'all were to move forward?
Right, I mean, obviously, we have to get 3/4 approval from our taxing unit, so we need 21 approvals. If we don't get 21, it's dead, it doesn't move forward. If we get 21, obviously, ideally, I was hoping to have that by end of July. I'm gonna be hitting, you know, all the entities each week, you know, doing these presentations now. And at that point, the finance company that we were speaking with, they would need about 30, 60 days of closing, so we're hoping by October we close and then get into the point of renovations. Ideally, we're in there before the beginning of 2027 appeal season.
Before 27.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean, that's one of the things too, a caveat to this is you guys have to act on this within 30 days for approval. If you don't act on it, I mean, you're welcome not to act on it, it's just a no.
Within 30 days of your providing this.
Correct, today, as I notify you, today's the official notification of this, so within 30 days is the requirement.
So that was, Clint kinda hit on one of my questions was, we have to have 21 approvals. Is there approval by entity? Or by, do they get the same weighted percentage, like, you know?
No, yeah, everybody has an equal vote, equal single vote,
okay.
yes, sir.
All right, and then my, other question, you briefly touched on it, but I wanted to clear that up. Let's say your building sells for $1 million. It's coming straight off the principal and everybody's getting the same benefit as per their percentage? Or is like, if Guadalupe County is an entity that buys it and they have 20%, you know, are they gonna get a different, you know,
Yeah.
how's that gonna work?
I mean, I know they're interested, obviously, there's
Yeah.
been talk about that, but my board had me get an appraisal on this property, the one that we got under contract, and I was a little nervous for a few weeks, waiting for that appraisal to come back to make sure, because I negotiated the cost, I was like, I hope I know what values are, but it came back, you know, above. So my guess is, I've told anybody that thought about it, is we're probably gonna have it appraised, because we wanna make sure we're maximizing the benefit of the taxpayer funds.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, let's say an entity, let's say Guadalupe County wants to buy it, they have 20% according to your chart. Are they gonna get 20% credit and
Oh, I see what
everybody, or is the $1 million gonna come straight off the principal and everybody else is gonna?
That's a good question. I haven't, you know, I would think that they shouldn't get that 20% credit, because obviously this is something that I wanna utilize, because it should go, like in my resolution that I provided, it indicates it goes straight, whatever proceeds go straight to the principal aspect.
Straight, okay.
Yeah, we can't pay it off in the first 10 years, you have to use 10 years according to the financing aspect. But during that 10-year period, mitigation, you know, raising interest and stuff like that on those funds that are held, will help mitigate, like I was talking about, the getting 3 years, 4 years, and possibly off the back end.
Yeah, but if Guadalupe County bought it and they brokered a deal.
Oh, no, I'm with you, yeah.
You
no.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They took their credit off of their principal and we kept our portion of the principal. I just wanna make sure it's coming off the flat principal. for
Yeah, no,
everybody.
there's no undivided in
Okay.
responsibility, essentially. Everybody, nobody's gonna get a break because they choose to buy the building.
Because they're an entity within the tech.
Yeah, yeah. I would think I'd have to get approval from you all, you know, the other, 32 to
Yeah, I
say
don't
yea
know.
or nay. No, I'm not gonna bother trying, to be honest. If that's what they want.
Okay, so my question is just understanding the funding of this. So if we have to approve it, obviously we're approving it because it's based on funds that are collected from our taxpayers, and we're here as the representatives of those taxpayers. So we're dedicating this based on the fact that there is benefit to our community for that. Obviously, we could potentially benefit from tax rates or people having a better experience in terms of protesting their taxes and things like that. If we were not to utilize these same funds for this, are there other things that the appraisal district can provide that benefits the community aside from this?
Such as, what do you mean, where are you going?
I don't know, that's what I'm asking.
Oh, I get you,
If we were to not, if we were to say, no, we don't approve this, are there,
Oh, I
are
see
there
what you're
other things that we're potentially taking away from our taxpayers in terms of choices of what the appraisal district could do with this, I think our cut is $265,000 or whatever it is.
Right, I got you, yeah. No,
So I'm just trying to understand the funding source of this in terms of where you're asking us to approve it for this building, but are there other things that might benefit our community more, or is it just,
Well,
it
I
doesn't
would
really
think,
work
yeah.
that way, so I'm just trying to
No, I
understand the
got
funding
you,
source.
yeah. Because, we're required, we can't, levy a tax, we can't, issue bonds through construction. We have to, it's funded by the entities that we serve, unfortunately. In that sense, we're trying to recapture a lot of the things through this project, that the taxpayers, I think, will enjoy. The fact that they can come back in and sit down with an appraiser for the informal conferences now, whereas we can't at this point, it's just not us.
But it's not taking anything away from something else that our community could benefit from.
Not that I know of, no, yeah. Yes, ma'am. The other aspect that I didn't mention as well was, the first installment aspect, if it's approved, wouldn't be until the 2027 year. So 2026, you don't have to worry about or anything at that point.
Did I also hear you say that you would not be able to pay the debt off prior to 10 years?
Right, they indicated that, this is that financing aspect, government capital corporation.
So it's to make the most that they can off of
Of course, yeah, I mean, it's one,
So
it's,
there would be a penalty should you pay it off earlier?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
it's one of these, it's one of these
That's really
aspects.
bad.
I would love it, and there's a bill going through the legislation right now, actually, that's gonna do away with this, and it looks like it may pass. We're still gonna have to send you all something, but now if you guys don't vote on it, it's considered a yes. And so it's, they're changing it up, so. But anyway, but that's kind of what's in the works right now. A lot of the appraisal districts.
Last question
Yes,
for
sir.
me anyway. As I was working on my math, you might have said this, you might not have, but is this 6% gonna be locked in all 20 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Will we ever see any kind of budget proposal for construction, for the furniture, for all of the technology?
Oh, yeah, I mean,
Is
I'll
that
release
stuff that
everything,
we-
yeah, I got no problem with it. I mean, if it's approved, you guys have a right to it, yeah. No issues at all.
Cause
I
I
mean,
think
the
that's where
probable
my
cost-
heartburn is we don't even get to see anything like that now, it's just like a carte blanche signing a check. Yeah.
Right, did you
so-
see the breakdown at least, on page, I think it was like 66 and all, I mean,
That's
this,
a lot of pages.
what's that?
That's a lot of
Yeah, there is, I mean, that was the whole point, is to give you, we've done a whole year's worth of due diligence, it wasn't just, so hopefully there's enough data in there. Paul had mentioned that, it's kind of vague, it's one of the, I get it, but if anything changes with the way the code is currently, we'd have to come back and try to get 21 people to sign off on the interest rate change 0.1% or something like that, so.
Have you had yeses or
Um,
entities that have?
I spoke at the Sheriff Civil ISD last week. They weren't voting on it for another 2 weeks, but they verbally, on record, before I left, said they supported it.
That's good.
That was helpful. Santa Clara did not. They just didn't vote on it.
Good luck.
Yeah, it was a $300 a year commitment, and they told me no. They ran me out of there. It was tough. I felt like I was a comedian out there. I was taking like hecklers from the field. It was crazy. It was interesting, but it was also helpful. To their point, 2 individuals came to my office the next day and said, "Hey, I just want to come and speak to you about last night's thing. If you're willing to take any feedback, I'd like to give you some information." I said, "Sure, I don't mind improving what I do." So they sat down. I kind of liked it. That somebody actually showed up. Something different. You don't see it very often. Usually they come there for something else.
Is there a really limited number of things that you would come to ask us about? I mean, as a new person on the board, does this happen frequently?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah, last time, like I said, they had to do it was back in 2008 when they renovated the old building and then they added the 60 by 60 in the back.
So what's the process? We approve, you try to do it all by July, I think is what you told me.
Yeah, the end of
right?
July ideally, so.
I think I read you're trying to acquire by October.
Yeah, I mean, that's my, I negotiated the feasibility period through October.
Is there already what happens if somebody like the city of Seguin or whatever takes over and acquires that before y'all get around to
They
it?
can't, I got it under contract.
You do have it
That was the
under
purpose of
contract.
doing that, because I didn't want somebody to come and take it out from underneath us, so.
Okay.
anything that we put on there for funding, you know, to hold it, goes into the sale, of course.
So it's a contingency?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, I heard not too long after, I got it on the contingency that the city Seguin wanted it. So I don't think I'm gonna get a yes there, but.
Using basic, how many square feet you should have in an office per employee, and then adding to that consideration for serving the public, they do not have enough square footage.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, no doubt, just the numbers didn't make sense
Yeah,
early on.
Any other discussion? If you've got it, let's.
No, what do we do next?
This is
We only have 30 days, we gotta
nothing
meet
now.
before the
Yeah,
plan.
it's down in action.
Action item.
But you can,
You'll have
Okay.
time in action to make a decision about what your
You and I
motion
both
is.
missed one today.
And then I know Ms. Sartain did say she would like those two elements to be the only thing on June 3rd.
But they're looking like they're not, so it's good. Like I said, if something else comes up, we will address it. I just don't want the thing that happens the
Yes.
last night before the legislature closes and all of the pork gets slammed into our agenda. I don't want to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate your time, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you so much
Thank you
for
for
being
taking the
here.
question.
Okay, we're going to move on to 10B. Consider and take possible action to approve the design development concepts for the refresh projects at the junior high school and high school campuses, including a presentation by the O'Connell Robertson Architects.
What about
Did
8
I?
and 9? 8 and 9.
Oh, I told you I could not with my mouse earlier. Sorry. No.
I thought you wanted shorter meetings.
I was. Sorry.
really going short.
Okay, I was kidding, don't come up here yet. Sorry. Okay, we are in 8, we are not in 9. Sorry about that, y'all. Okay. Yes. All right, AA, campus and department activity reports, principals, athletic and fine arts director, district departments. Anybody have anything,
I have
questions,
one.
comments, or concerns on
Well,
those?
there was nothing on the athletic report, so I was just curious, if there is any kind of, there's been discussion amongst children and parents about this, SAT camp thing, strength and conditioning camp, and now we're charging for it. And so, there's a concern, that it's being made mandatory for football and stuff like that. The kids are feeling that way, but we're charging to go to camp. So there's a bunch of camps, but that was the only one that was kind of brought up. So I didn't see anything on the report addressing the camp, so I just wanted to.
Coach Heller,
Kinda
if you'd
ask
like to come up and. Yep.
So, we are charging for our SAC camp this year is $25. We've also set up some scholarships, that we've already put into place for a lot of our kids that are gonna struggle with that. Put through a couple of those today. Just like it's been in the past, it's not a requirement. It is recommended that our kids are there for all sports. I know football's doing skills, volleyball's doing skills.
Sure.
So is basketball. But again, we understand that there's stuff. It's the summertime. It's not a mandate that kids have to be there. But we are, I'm not gonna lie, we are highly encouraging people to be there.
I get that. I just want to just caution that the words filtering down are not highly encouraged, but absolutely have to be.
Okay. Yeah, well, I see how sometimes that gets
I
twisted.
just-
No, we're encouraging them.
I
and-
know how that rolls, but now that
Right.
you're changing with the, charging piece now too.
Correct.
There's some heartburn out there that might need to be.
Yeah, well, in the past, I've learned that the coaches have not been getting paid. There's been some that have been getting paid for working aspects of the camp in order to pay our coaches, and we're not breaking the bank with it, but
Sure.
the $25 is the way that we can make their
Information
time
on-
worthwhile over the summer.
So all those proceeds are to pay coaches?
Those proceeds are to help the coaches work the camp throughout the summer.
is it $25 in general or per week?
It's $25 total, so it's about $1 a day, that's what it comes down to.
It's-
And if kids are struggling with that, we've already scholarshiped them in, but it's $1 a day for the camp.
And just for clarity, it's not that they're struggling with it, they're struggling that it's happening. You know.
Perhaps, but we
it's
do
a
have some
changing
kids
culture.
that-
If you-
yeah.
I'm not knocking you, I'm just.
No,
not-
I understand. Yeah. Any other questions with that? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anything else on the campus and department activity reports? Okay, let's move on to 8B, the superintendent's report. Anything in enrollment or the calendar that we want to address outside of what's been presented to us on board book? Anything you want to share? Are you good with what's in there? I'm good. Okay. All right, then we can move on to 8C, the district financial reports. These next 3 months are your time to shine. So.
No, it's not. It's my time. It's my time to be nervous every time. I don't.
We're not that bad.
No, it's not you I'm nervous about. It's the whole budget process in the state. That's what keeps me up at night. But right now we're doing on our schedule with local revenue. We're looking we're going to come in a little under on the state on property taxes, but that's because we work with estimates when we're setting the rates. State revenue, we will eventually get our money. It will the state will probably owe us about $6 million when we get to the end of August. So sometime in September we'll get the money for that. We'll get to settle up. But next year, with what we now have been put for them for our projected enrollment, we should be on a much better schedule. And part of the problem has also been what has gone in with some of the appraisal district information on those property values that I've discussed and the effects of SB2 and SB12 that have occurred in the past. So we're going to try to make sure that doesn't happen again. I'm going to have we finally have getting that settled. He told me he submitted Marion's today. For them, they've already submitted our information to them to get that corrected. So that should all be corrected at the end of August, and they should settle up with us. On the federal revenue, just to let you know, we are, it's very little, but even this year it's even lower than it has ever been. That's the money we get from SHARS, for the Medicaid program. And we are strongly considering, because of all the rule changes that they have made much more restrictive in terms of what they will or will not reimburse for. And for the time and effort that it takes our staff to work on it, we're strongly considering just ending that role at all next year. We will see. The legislature has some things in mind. We'll see if they actually do anything to help. If they do, we may stay with it. But right now, as we're looking at it, we're strongly considering just ending that process and freeing up our staff for other work. So, other than that, on our expenditure side, we're about where we need to be. Just monitoring it as we go, trying to keep everything in line. There's some things that were very front-loaded, so you see it all at the beginning, and now there's going to be a lot in the summer where we pay for renewals, for software, for books, for things like that. They're going to be renewing for next year, so that'll be. You'd think it would slow down in the summer. Everybody asks me if I get the summer off, and I say no, the summer is my busiest time. So, any other questions?
How much is that you were talking about, just letting go? The SHARS or whatever, the federal?
That's only like $90,000 is what we budgeted. That's that federal revenue that shows up on the first page. It's $90,000, but as you can see this year, they've paid us $1,700. And actually, I've had to pay them back almost over $25,000 this year from their audits from prior years that they're now catching up with us and saying that after we changed all the rules, now you owe us money. So yes, it's been a fun process.
And the time and effort in reporting, your staff having to do that would tell you it's not worth what we're getting back.
Yeah, so
we're Medicare funding, Medicaid funding, and all that stuff. Is that part of it?
That's what that is.
Okay,
yes,
okay.
That's what that is. But they've severely restricted and changed the rules on what they will fund, especially certain areas where most of our funding was at. So with those restrictions and everything, they just cut our funding tremendously. So and
I hear
across
that at home a lot.
Well, and
because she does all that stuff.
And across the state as well. I know Marion has a much bigger number, and they took a much bigger hit than we did. So I was talking to their CFO. So any other questions? Okay.
Advisory Committee update report. SHAC Advisory Committee. So this is the one, we've got everything in our board book. So if we're satisfied with that, we don't have to have a presentation or discussion on it. But if there's something in there that you didn't get a chance to address before the meeting, with communication, we can do that now. Everybody good? Okay, now we're into 9 in our consent agenda. And any questions or comments about anything in consent? I think the only thing, and it's not even something I wanted to discuss, I just want to, for anybody who just reads the agenda and doesn't actually go look at the attachments, not us here, but like people out there, the tuition rate for transfer students is regarding teacher and employee students that meet certain criteria. We are not an open enrollment campus, and unless the legislature makes us become one, I don't foresee that happening. So I just wanted to clarify that and make sure that was transparent, because we get asked that a lot. Anything else? Okay. So now we're into our action items. 10A, consider approval of the resolution to approve. Oh, we do. I'm sorry. I skipped right over that part too. Do I hear a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
A second.
Okay, I have a motion from Lacey and a second from Donna. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes 7-0. Now. Okay, 10A. Consider approval of resolution to approve the Guadalupe Appraisal District acquisition and renovation of property. So, I'm sure we have some discussion on that before we take any action. Do you guys want to know what our options are?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, we can approve it, we can disapprove it, and we can postpone it. We can also just not do anything ever. They don't have to yet. I think Becky had asked him, and he had a verbal commitment from Shirt
Solo.
That was the only one, right?
Yeah.
And the resolution we'd be approving is this resolution is blank right here on page 4. Is that what we'd be approving?
Yes,
It just says resolution number nothing.
so it should be,
Resolution 4.
it should be included. Let's check to see if that's not gonna be
Where
up for
are you
you.
at?
The action.
On the action item.
But yeah, the
Resolution.
resolution was included in there.
I'm on the wrong one.
Sorry, we were discussing with him, is there flexibility within the resolution? Can you say we vote for it if it says this? And essentially, as you saw in his comments, it was if you can't approve it as written, don't approve it. So I don't think it's overly complicated in that respect. But yes, to his point, you have 30 days. So if you choose to take no action at this time or delay at this time, we would just have to move that to a special meeting within the 30 days for you to take action. So it's up to you how you want to proceed.
It wouldn't have to be a special meeting, it could just be on the next regular agenda, because that's within the 30-day period.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
I forgot we moved it up, as
Yeah.
Ms. Gosh pointed out. I keep thinking it's a,
no,
it's
but
a later
I
date.
think the next meeting is within that 30-day
Sure.
period, so.
So the annual cost to us is a little over $50,000. Correct.
That is what his estimate is. That percentage changes each year depending on what our property tax values are. So as we change, as we grow, if everybody else is growing like we are, which that pretty much it is, it should stay fairly stable, but It depends on what our tax rate is as well. So, last year, in fact, a couple of years ago, when the property values went way up and when we went way up on our debt service rate, our percentage increased, significantly that year. So, now I don't anticipate that now because we're at a fairly high rate, so we should stay fairly stable, but it can vary from year to year.
So I have a question to that, sort of. What happens if the values start dropping? Because I know some of them have, like, a lot, and I know that also, like, if they dropped below a certain percent, I don't remember what it was, they didn't even notify people by mail of their values. So what happens to?
Overall, if our property values begin to drop, then the theory is that state aid should make up that difference. Our tax rate is gonna be set for the debt service side. That would have where the impact would be, because that's gonna impact what we can borrow. So now this year, again, we went up this year, but that's largely because we continue to see new homes built. There's, hope for the additional, the new facility, hopefully, the data center that potentially will come in would help immensely as we move forward. We continue to see new houses and new subdivisions, so that's going to keep adding. Where property values will end up, I don't know. That's tough. I do know, like in my neighborhood, I know some people, mine went up just a little bit, but I think it's, but I have two sister-in-laws, their properties both went up by 8 or 9%, but mine came down a little, or not down, but only went up about 1 or 2%. First time, I think, since I've lived in that neighborhood where everybody else's went up more than mine as a percentage. So it's
trying to win you over.
Yeah, I guess so. I wish, I don't know, I hire somebody to look at my values, so.
So if those things don't happen, that would affect our bonding capacity?
It affects our property values, affect our bonding capacity, because we cannot exceed 50 cents, which is why, again, we're having conversations. Those conversations we're having with Dwayne right now is really looking at where do we get to that 50-cent mark, and how much can we afford under that 50-cent mark. We have a little leeway because we have a fairly good fund balance in the debt service fund. We're sitting on a fairly good fund balance, so if something came in lower, overall we would be okay as long as we, if we're inside that borderline, we can cover any kind of a shortfall, a small shortfall. But we're not going to be able to. One of the things we have to certify to whenever we issue the bonds is that we're not going to go over that 50-cent rate. Will fund the debt service.
And that is with current law,
Yeah.
as
I was
you
gonna
guys
say,
have
that's the
seen.
current law.
Yeah, the pensions committee is reviewing another formula in which you would, calculate whether you have the capacity to do a bond, and that ultimately would be a harsher statute than what we have currently with the 50 cent. And so that's why we've been active in requesting that not be the direction the legislature goes.
Now, based on our long-range plan, I guess our look at bonding would not come for another year or so?
We would be looking at going, unless law changes,
Unless
and
law
we can't
changes,
do
based on
a
the track
May.
that we have planned on our long-range plan.
Yes, our next bond would be in May.
Would be in May of this next year.
Yes.
And so this could potentially affect that based on, yeah. So
Well,
there is the lack of benefit to our taxpayers in our area that I was looking for.
Well, and ultimately, again, what we look at is, right, like as we're looking at, we have $100 million right now that we still need to issue from what was approved by the voters for 2024. So we have that much left.
Right.
I doubt seriously that we are going to be able to issue that full $100 million in July. So it's all going to come down to a timing issue and working with Dwayne on timing those funds. How much can we issue now? And there may be some ways where we can pull off the $100 million. I'll talk to Dwayne about what we can and can't do, but it would have to be some creative things. So we will look at that. But more it's a timing can we issue enough to where we will issue enough to where we can move forward with all the projects and continue them moving forward constantly? And then probably then sometime in, we will do what we did with the 2021 bond potentially. When we issued those funds, we issued them, and I think in February that year. But one of the things we got was we got them to, when we sold those bonds, we got interest on that money that we used to pay the first debt service payment in August. So we made sure we were covered. There's some things we can do to make sure as we move forward that we've got those funds. But again, we have to make sure that we can pay it after that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
sorry.
I'm less worried about
That.
finishing
Yeah.
the bonds that we have now than I am about the potential need to be able to
Oh,
request
yes.
other bonds to keep up with our future
and
growth,
part of
so we don't get behind based on our master plan.
And part of what they do as one of the things they've done, they did in the past is when they gave the extra homestead exemption, we got the hold harmless funds to hold us harmless for the impact of that. Where they set that date becomes crucial then. Does it have to be bonds issued before this date or bonds approved before that date? The last time it was bonds approved before that date were funded. So if they were to do that again, if it was by what was approved by the voters, then that full 100 million we would have hold harmless, so we would be in a good position on that. But yes, it begins to have a serious impact on what we can issue after, or what we can issue as we move forward.
So Paul, I think, circling back to this particular resolution, that is the question. If ultimately this is approved, how is this affecting our capacity? Do you see it as something that would have a significant impact?
I think that because of the growth, I do believe that they have a need for some type of expansion one way or another. I give them credit for trying to look at it as a 20-year project and where they can go. So I give them credit for trying to look at that. I think they're trying to work on that plan. I looked at some of their contingencies and percentages are pretty high, so I'm hoping they end up coming in below those numbers, so that it has a lesser impact on us. But they definitely will need to do something, because I don't think they're going to be able to serve. They need to be able to service all those customers, and because we need to have certified rolls, we need to have better information, as good as information as possible, when we are setting our tax rates. And as it becomes difficult to set those tax rates without that information, so and to plan for it. So I do see a necessity for it. I'm one who hates to say yes, and since I'm not in there and I'm not in there looking at every dime that they have in there, it's tough for me to make a call. But in the past, he is correct. They have done a very good job of returning funds at the end of each year. They have always, in the past, they have returned funds to us every year I've been here. They've given us some credit back on funding. So they have been very good stewards of our funds in the past. So, and they do need room. I've been there at times, and they do need some space. They are crowded.
I'm just gonna go back. The action sheet says we approved the resolution. We don't have a resolution except for on 7D, which is, they specifically point out, is on page 4, a template for formal adoption by your governing body. I'm okay with it's not on the action sheet.
Well, we can come back, but I know I typed up, because I had to retype an entire resolution.
Because my only hang up on the resolution is at the very end, they say that the sale will go to dedicated reserve fund for future payments toward the proposed building. Well, future payments are just principal and interest payments. If you read this, his specific words were direct principal allocation.
Well, if you remember though, he said there's no early payoff.
Correct.
For the first 10 years.
Correct.
So, and I will equate this to what we have done with bond issues in the past. We have wanted to pay off a bond issue early.
Okay.
And if a bond is not available, we cannot call that bond early. If that's not allowed, what we have to do is take the money, take that money and we put it in a trust account, and that trust account then sets up principal and sets up interest that it earns, so that when that bond can be called, those funds are available, and the trustee pays the bond off. So that could be done with those funds too. That's what he's talking about. It's gonna be set aside so that as soon as they can pay off early, they will pay off early.
Okay. That'd be my only hangup, is I want that entire thing, if we do vote for this, I want the entire sale going to principal.
And so based on our conversation with him, it's not a negotiable.
Yeah, he can't reword the
A
resolution.
resolution.
They do not want to reword the resolution because
it went through their legal.
It went through their legal, and their legal is saying that if you put too many specifics in, then if something changes, then everybody has to go, we have to go back to everyone and say, approve it again. Like he told me an example of somebody's interest rate changed, but just before they settled, and they had to go back to this other appraisal district had to go back to every entity, and because they had quoted the interest rate in the resolution. So everybody had to reapprove it.
And so there is actual resolution actually filled in with the governing body on it somewhere.
Yes, and I thought I had sent it, but obviously I must not have.
It's, the packet has on page 3, the resolution.
Correct.
With the signatures, and then the one that follows it, page 4, just says resolution number, and then it has the place to attest and whether you passed it or not. It's our portion.
Correct. That's what I'm asking. It's all blank, not filled in. So if he says,
give me just a second.
I'm not seeing what you mean by blank.
Well, it says the
whereas the
parentheses
governing
governing
body,
body,
taxing unit name
parentheses
instead of
taxing
saying
unit name.
Navarro Independent School District.
Okay. So I think, yeah, so.
I just wanna make sure we have the right resolution. That's
Got it.
Hang on just a second.
Or we can move it to June 3rd.
Or the 16th. Because that next meeting's the 16th, you're still within timeline. I see now, so sorry.
That resolution is just so open-ended. And I was talking about it earlier, and I was just like, if we brought this for us to our community, they would be like, no. There's just not enough information, in my opinion, since we're discussing it. That's not to say that the need's not there, like, we of all people understand the need for growth and needing to plan and catch up. It's not to say that that's not there, it's just this resolution is weak in my opinion. I mean, even if you plug our name into it, it's still not gonna fix,
Yeah.
right, my problems with it.
And in the interest of time,
Yeah. Well, let's do this before we make the motion. Is there anybody that's gonna need more time on it so that we can determine if we need to include postponing in our considerations?
I just shared the resolution.
Okay. So everybody's pretty, you know how you feel about it, you don't have any more questions, or you don't think you need any more time? Okay,
So we do have a resolution done.
We do, and he's gonna Ruth will load it in right now so you can see it with Navarro ISD plugged in.
And I apologize, I thought I had emailed that to her long ago, or shared it with her long ago, so I apologize. Cause I literally had to retype that thing. So yes, I know I did it. I knew I had done it cause I had to type it all. Cause I could not take it out. When they sent me their documents, it was all in PDF, so. But all it is just filled in with our names.
And are you attaching that to 10A, Ruth? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I move to approve the resolution for the Guadalupe Appraisal District real estate acquisition and renovation of 216 East College Street, Seguin, Texas, as future site for appraisal district operations.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Lacey and a second from Becky. Any further discussion on 10A? All those in favor? Okay, raise your hands again if you're in favor. I'm sorry, I did not catch it. Okay. All right, that motion's gonna pass 6-0.
Are you voting?
You're not voting?
Abstaining? I'm abstaining.
Okay. On to 10B now. Consider and take possible action to approve the design development concepts for the refresh projects at the junior high school and high school campuses, including a presentation by the O'Connell-Robertson architects. Now, if you will please approach the podium, I would appreciate it. I also appreciated you being ready to go when I was out of line on that one.
Getting an opportunity to start.
Good evening, everyone. We have O'Connell Robertson here, and they're going to go through a presentation for the refresh proposed scope on the junior high and high school projects.
Well, good evening, members of the board and Dr. Epley. Thank you for allowing us to come this evening and present to you on our design progress for this project. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Diana Bravo. I'm an architect or senior associate with O'Connell Robertson. I support our education team. And with me today, we have Danny Fernejo, principal with the firm. Nicole Nations, who is supporting this project from an architectural perspective. And then Kurt Andre, interior designer, also supporting this project. So really an exciting time for the district as you are nearing completion of the high school and what opportunities you have with that, right, to support just the fast growth. So we want to focus on this project as an opportunity to support the growth by rebranding and refreshing the current high school and junior high. So with that, I'll go. Oh.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, I'll go really quickly through our agenda. I'm gonna walk you through just our scope of work for the project, as well as some finish upgrades and the timeline for this project. Feel free to stop me at any point if you have any questions. So first, I want to focus on building 400. And for this particular building, we're focusing on finish upgrades for the corridor only. It's hard to read it on the projector, but we're focusing on the corridor, replacing flooring, paint, ceiling replacements. There's really no MEP or technology scope associated other than the aesthetic component. There are also in the corridors or the walls of the corridors some current mosaics that have been created by the previous classes. So we're planning to relocate those as we're working on the refresh for the current high school. So those will be relocated as part of this effort. As we transition into building 500, it will be very similar when it comes to the corridor scope of work. It's more of an aesthetic, a refresh of the finishes, flooring, wall, ceiling replacements. But as Melissa was saying earlier, it gives us an opportunity to increase on your instructional space, given that there is already a library in the current high school that is going to be utilized now by the junior high, and giving us an opportunity to create more instructional space. So as part of the scope of work for this building, we also are incorporating the addition or the conversion of that library into 2 classrooms or instructional spaces, as well as a faculty restroom to serve the building. This particular area will have associated technology and MEP scope of work, but we're not looking at any major impacts. We're not replacing any HVAC units. It's primarily just the work associated with the change of the layout of the floor plan and the program itself. And with that, we'll transition into your current high school. These are images that Melissa shared earlier just for your awareness
Obviously, you're familiar with your campuses. This is the existing high school finishes. So when we talked about an opportunity to create a sense of place for these students and having an opportunity to modernize and renovate some of these finishes, we're really looking at areas of impact. So we're proposing to focus on those high traffic areas with just finish upgrades. That includes flooring replacement in the areas that you're seeing highlighted in blue, which is all primary and secondary corridors, as well as that rotunda area and the cafeteria that bleeds into those corridor spaces. So all of that flooring will be replaced, including the flooring for the stairs, as well as we're proposing to provide new wall paint. As you saw in the picture, there's a lot of dark accent colors that just makes the space very dark, so an opportunity to bring in more neutral colors that will help with the light. But we've also identified replacements of some of the lighting in that main corridor. Those are, just because of the nature of the high volume space, become a hassle when it comes to replacement of those. So we're proposing to replace those with a more maintenance friendly LED light fixtures, and there was also a comment about just the heat output that the current ones put out. So by going to LED, that's gonna help with that. So when, here you'll see a color palette of some of the finishes that we're proposing, and some of the inspiration images for that rebranding, as well as floor patterns. As I was mentioning earlier, we're looking at opportunities to use a lot of neutral light colors to try to bring light into the space, and then really emphasizing on the graphics to help rebrand into the new junior high. When we talk about just signage and graphics and that rebranding component, we're looking at obviously addressing that exterior lettering right at your main entrance to address the change of the building use, as well as interior panel signage or room signage, matching our new color palette, as well as graphics that have been identifying high traffic areas. So the main entrance, the rotunda, the cafeteria potentially, and having an opportunity to create, like I said, that sense of space. As it was discussed earlier from Ryan, our MEP team is working on a chiller replacement as well. So we've been coordinating just in the timeline for construction of these two projects. So on the upper portion of this timeline, you'll see our design and construction proposed schedule for this project, and then in that bottom portion, you're seeing the chiller replacement schedule. So if we focus on the top portion and we're looking at our schedule, we're nearing completion of our DD, and we'll be submitting that, transitioning into CDs, and potentially getting out in the summer, which then will allow us to start construction in January of 2026 once the students are able to relocate into the new high school. And that works well with the chiller replacement. So again, we've coordinated those two to happen at the same time to support that. And that's really it. I'm not sure if there's any questions. Happy to answer anything.
I love the bright colors. It looks very nice.
Yes.
Fresh.
So the 8 months isn't a problem or 7, 8 months, whatever, to.
No, so we have opportunities to, again, working with the campus and figuring out if there's opportunities to go into some of these spaces early. That's something that we certainly have been discussing, but not a concern from our end.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
What's our goal for building 400?
So building 400 is primarily just an aesthetic renovation.
But our end user goal?
It is for capacity, so
Okay,
that
it
we
will be
can
for
have
capacity.
classroom there until a bond is passed for the extension to that junior high. I know in our long-range facilities planning, we noted we would still need that space until a renovation and an expansion, but we also had that request of centralizing all of those classrooms. So the idea that you would link them all and students would not have to go outside any longer was a desire of our families. That is rather costly, and we definitely talked through what that would look like, even doing awnings. And I think in our talks, to get to that goal, we will likely need to look at an alternative, whether that's linking those classrooms to the event center in what currently is the student parking lot, and then having that all internal, or adjusting that with the courtyard and the cafeteria at a later, date. But for now, yes, this is allowing us to continue to serve the amount of kids that will be at the junior high. Ultimately, if we move away from those spaces, we would be looking at those for, administration, conference spaces, professional learning spaces. Yep.
And by keeping a lot of the scope in the corridors and the high traffic areas, even if you were to address any programmatic changes, and that wouldn't affect some of these circulation components. So you're spending your dollars in the right place at the right time.
Is that 400 building the one that we had the issues with the restrooms, or is that one of the other ones? I just have to hear my kids talk about the restrooms not being great, and I don't know if it is in that 400 building, but I know, we're talking about paint and all that.
Right.
Is there
We did tour the building, and ultimately, the condition of that restroom was deemed good.
No, yeah, and that's what I said, I didn't know if it was that building or one of the other buildings. I just know that in that older section, even the AC in those older buildings are not what they would be anywhere else, and I didn't see that on there, so I'm just curious. if
No,
it was
that will be a renovation in 400, and actually, Mr. Frederick would probably comment, when we were touring those buildings, they were actually the coolest on Friday.
So comfortable.
So, but no, that would not be a part of that renovation.
In some of our walks, just to reassure you, we had the mechanical, electrical, plumbing consultants with O'Connor Robertson walk with Daniel, your maintenance facility, so that was never raised. I would have thought that would have been the opportune time, so it hadn't been raised, so.
And they did do an assessment on the current units to make sure they're serving the purpose of even with the program changing, you're anticipating more students in current library footprint, it's still adequate to serve that.
Yeah, that's the 500 building.
Yeah.
I just remember that hallway not always smelling all the great.
Yeah.
When we had the consultants come, did they actually just do a walkthrough, or are we actually gonna test the systems before and after, since it's a renovation?
Well, the specs and everything is on all the equipment. Most of the equipment at Building 500 is fairly new. And Building 500 is one we're talking about converting to the library.
Yeah.
They did go above
Yeah,
ceiling to look for outside air.
Yeah.
And
Well, no,
she is asking about.
I was
400.
asking
Yeah,
about
but he just asked about.
no, I asked about the whole thing. You
Oh,
said they
just
walked
in
with
general.
you, yeah.
The only space that's affected by walls is Building 500, that library.
Okay,
That's the only new wall we're building,
and putting a new restroom in.
and then the restroom, yeah.
And
It's
that was actually part of that morale piece. It's very difficult for those folks teaching there. There's only student bathrooms in that location, so they actually have to leave the building to go to an adult bathroom. And there's already plumbing in that office for that library. There's a sink in there currently, so that gave us that opportunity to look at how we can maximize that space for a faculty restroom, as well as a hallway that will access that MDF closet without having to go through a classroom. That was the other design element we wanted to be cognizant of.
The annex is on the plan. Is that still gonna be used for junior high classrooms way out there?
No.
The annex is a part of the elementary intermediate refresh project.
Okay, so that'll be on that project,
Yes.
not this one, okay.
Yes, and that will serve the early childhood center as the first grade center with
And
a.
that center's kind of the end of what would be the junior high, correct?
Right.
And when the central office get a better bathroom?
When you move junior high.
How about just a That's why we need to get through these projects and just see where we land, and then we'll go from there.
Yes, did you see how
I'm asking
envious?
for a friend.
Yes.
That's great.
Did you see how envious I was when the appraisal district said they had 4?
I know.
Yes, but truly, the Dr. Kaufman's office is actually plumbed for a bathroom. So when the junior high moves out of their current location and we're able to move academic services out, he can move into the office next door and we can create another bathroom. Yes, sir.
So that you have to.
Yes. That's the wish. Yes.
Any other questions or concerns that haven't been met yet?
I move that the board approve the design development concepts for the refresh projects at the current junior high school and high school campuses as presented by the architect, and further authorize the architect to proceed to generate and finalize 100% construction documents.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve from Joel and a second from Dan. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Motion's gonna pass 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
guys for being here.
Thanks, have a good evening.
Okay, moving on to 10C, consider and possibly approve the superintendent evaluation rubric metrics.
So board members, considering the discussions had in creating the goals, and then some further discussions about what metrics would look like, I took the liberty to construct a draft. This, of course, is just a draft, but giving the opportunity for some level of metrics and then feedback, written feedback, or if the goal is achieved, what are some future goals that could lead off of it, or if no progress is made, what comments are also left. But it is just a draft, so please feel free to discuss what works or what needs to be changed.
I really like it. I think that the different options, complete, significant progress, limited, and no progress, I think those are perfect. And then, of course, the ability for some commentary based on what is selected. The meat of it lies in the goals. So I think we've created a good instrument.
I do know that every goal has a date associated with, when these things, but should we have a timeline for the entire process on this as well? That way, it's easy to see the date that we're gonna look at. Okay, goal 1.3, we know that, June of whatever, this is when we're going to be reviewing it. I'm not saying that we put in there each month of which goals we're looking at, but I'm saying as so we know when the process is coming due.
So if you're still considering the quarterly review, we could highlight, what's due that quarter so that you're able to see, and then we would be updating this, of course, each quarter. So if it was a completed thing, the idea is that you're now either saying, great, that's finished, we're good, or now that that's finished, we'd like to see this within the next 6 months or the next year. So the goal would continue. So I can see this being the first iteration, and then to your point, if in June, I highlight all of the ones that are due by that particular quarter, those are, it's now. And then as that feedback comes back, the next one will be morphed slightly to say, whether it's moved to complete or it gets a star next to it as complete, and then we're focusing on these as the remaining goals, or there's a new goal with a new timeline that's connected. So I think it will constantly evolve, but I see your point of just wanting to know what was the progress, so we're not going back over the whole thing again.
Right, because I could see a new board member coming in and looking at this rubric and going, okay, when do we do this part?
Yep.
Without having any type of history for somebody to look at and say, okay, June, we're gonna do this piece.
Right.
Staff
September, we're gonna do
staff
this piece.
retention, kind of every
Exactly, we need,
July, whatever, something.
when we're gonna finalize it, that
Right.
type of thing. We just need those, if we're doing a quarter, we need those 4 months. We don't necessarily need the date of the meeting, but we need those 4 months so we know what's gonna happen.
Okay.
We have the due dates though, so like, for example, goal 5.4 says by July 2026. So each quarter, we will be assessing if progress is being made, if it's come to completion. And then once we get to July of 2026, there will be a kind of a final measure. And then we will re-up that goal for July of 2027.
Yeah.
Theoretically. So it's gonna be a very fluid, living document that will change.
Ms. Epley, Dr. Epley, I apologize.
Sure.
Are you still good with I know we moved the dates last month because we already, right, didn't we move the dates 1 month last time? Are we still good, like one of them has June 2025?
Yeah, no, I think we anticipated that these are things that have to get completed by that June date as I met with my staff. So this month, they are making sure things are submitted to me so that I'm able to look at where we are progress-wise. I do think, since we anticipated it would be the 16th, and now we're the 3rd, we may be a little tight on, overall, but it should be at the significant progress point enough for you to see that we are achieving it, that it is there. So I don't anticipate needing to move that. If I did, I think that would be something to communicate to you beforehand that, hey, I think this will need, 2 more weeks to fully complete, but I think that's not, it's not drastic to where I think we need to move it.
2 weeks isn't gonna be the difference between complete and no progress.
Well, but then there's the August one too. There's the August deadline, so we didn't know, is August still a good goal for that goal? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We need to adjust all the dates accordingly, are you comfortable with where they're at right now?
Right, I think that we are comfortable. I think to your point though, we're not coming back in August to say, did it get done? It will really be more of yes, you'll know that in Friday memo and what gets communicated, but you won't be fully assessing it till the next quarter, yeah.
And if memory serves me right, we're not doing evaluations every quarter, we're just doing like a check-in.
Correct.
We're still doing our, okay.
Right, but that stands
Just
the
making
point of.
sure, because that was sounding
We need
like.
that date of when the evaluation is gonna be.
Mhm.
Even if it's somewhere in the document, just to say, this is the month that we do it.
It is June.
It is
It's
June.
Right,
June
no,
and
I
January.
understand when it is.
But I can add that piece.
For somebody that's new, that was reading this document, they wouldn't know that.
Yeah, that's very true, because I did feel that way when I came in, I didn't know when it was coming. We didn't have a rack like you gave us, so it was.
So I think that brings up a good point of, in the past, there were slightly different versions of that, right? There was the January, which was considered more of a formative, so there's not the questions and answering all of those questions. It was a thumbs up, thumbs down kind of a thing, where June was more of the, do I see evidence of this? Do I see evidence of that? And it was more thorough. So with this process, when we talk about that difference, Clint, of the kind of check-ins quarterly, but January and June are significant milestone assessments. what do you view as the difference in your role with the rubric? With the quarterly, is it just, unless we see it as a major issue, we're not gonna do comments, it's just a check of where it is on complete significant progress, limited, no progress. But in January and June, everybody's expected to write more things. I think that's just, if I was in your shoes, I'd be asking those questions, so.
I think on highlighting any no progress or limited progress would be the ones worthy of conversation on the each quarter.
Right.
Because if they're complete or significant progress, great. We don't need to waste time talking about them if we're moving along.
Sure.
Well. So, yeah, I would think that at least every 3 months, if there's a significant goal where there are obviously challenges or for some reason we're not making progress, we should be discussing those quarterly.
So you made me think about something I hadn't thought about before. So we normally do like the contract assessment in June, right?
Correct.
Is that the most effective time to do that? And the reason I'm asking is because our other evaluation is in January, and we've already discussed this isn't specifically about our current superintendent, it's about the superintendent role. So if we're ever gonna make any changes to that role, isn't June too late to be doing that? Shouldn't we do that?
I think the only reason I would say June is not too late is because typically that's either a contract extension or a change in pay, which you would need to be able to provide to fall for budgetary purposes going forward when you do your budget cycle, because we would have, that obviously you can extend the contract and change the pay rate, but that doesn't go into effect until the next budget. Or if you do it in January, not that you can't do it in January, I mean, you could, it just means, oh yeah, you get another year and we're gonna extend your pay, but oh wait, you can wait 9 months for that, Or if you do it in June, it coincides with when all of the other employees in the district would receive a change in pay rate.
But I hear you.
And that makes sense, but I'm just thinking
When
of
you are saying
my experience
June is
in the
not a
last
great time
4.5
to be looking.
years in this role, January would have been better. That's all I can say. So, anyway. But no, I understand what you're saying to that point.
Districts that adopt budgets in July, a lot of times do it in January because they're adopting, but we're later in the year.
Okay.
And to your point, I think you would speak to your lawyer if you were looking at removing a superintendent and not having to wait till June to say, we gotta wait for that eval. I think you'd be having a special meeting earlier to say, here's the situation, we need to part ways, and so what's our options?
Okay.
So you're not looking for a new soup in June?
Yeah.
Technically, you could do that at any point.
Correct.
I mean,
Correct.
you don't have to wait for an evaluation to identify, hey, we're not meeting eye to eye, we need to.
That would be us moving forward, not waiting.
Right.
Yeah, it's not contingent on the evaluation to make that decision.
Sure.
Thank you for clarifying.
So
that, 'cause
right
my
now,
mind just-
there's a January and a June.
Those are our summative and formative.
There's only 5 months between there.
I can't tell you why,
Yeah,
because it's just always
Okay.
been that way.
Yeah, I don't know.
So to assist you guys in the process, in talking with my team, we plan on continuing Panther Progress, to just communicate and have our staff understand things, to have the community understand things, but we will structure it so that anything we're reporting in our progress now will, if it is specifically related to a goal from this, it will have a notation that it is 1.3. So as you get that, that's really that evidence-based piece for you, so that we're not having to create additional documents to say, here's what we're doing, here's what that progress is. Certainly if you have questions about that, we need to show you something, but in Friday memo, if we've said there's going to be a replacement or maintenance schedule or plan, and that gets developed obviously before the deadline, we're sharing that with you out prior to that, but we're also noting it in that quarter's progress that here's what we did.
Well, I think that'll help so that we're not doing a massive information gathering. Yeah, I just.
Right. It's happening in real time. You're being communicated about the progress in real time. And it's being documented for you rather than like you say, you know, there's a big binder report that's like, we're doing the things, right?
No, and it helps keep the board, not us, like the board, accountable to staying up on
right.
the metrics and on what's being accomplished and what's not.
Right.
So I think that it's a good roadmap for future trustees when we're all.
And I was just pulling up board policy just to make sure
that our January and June are or are not written in there.
because it's not, I don't believe. I think it just says, you know, you have to, well, at least in the legal portion, at least once a year, you have to evaluate. But I was gonna look at your local again, just to confirm.
And this may be a conversation for when we actually have the meeting on June 3rd, but.
The board shall prepare, it's actually really short. The board shall prepare a written evaluation of the superintendent at annual or more frequent intervals. The board shall furnish the superintendent with a copy of the completed evaluation and shall discuss its conclusion with the superintendent in a closed meeting unless the superintendent requests it be an open. And then the board may at any time conduct and communicate oral evaluations to augment its written evaluations.
So technically, we could move to doing an annual evaluation if we've got these quarterly checkpoints in place. I
Correct.
think that would be,
Absolutely.
yeah, that would probably serve a much better purpose.
It would be more than we give any of our other employees, really.
Correct. Right. It's actually what we're, you know, the legislature is talking about with our students as far as, you know, a different look at evaluating them, so.
Is there anything that, because the local policy is already written, only really requiring one, there's nothing that needs to change there?
No, ma'am. Great.
If that's just something we can decide and move on.
So we just need to approve the evaluation rubric?
The rubric is what we're approving right now. Are there any other questions about it? I want to agree with Becky. I think that it's a good instrument. I think that I know one of our concerns when we were all talking was if we have a scale that's 1 to 5, you know, 3 to somebody, 3 to Lacey is different than 3 to me. But I think that these are specific enough that there's not really going to be, there shouldn't be any ambiguity to it anyway.
We'll find out.
I'm sure. I'm sure we will.
Limited and significant could need some, you know.
But that's what the
definition.
discussion
Yes.
and the comments are for too. So we will make it through it, I promise. Do I have a motion on, you have anything else?
Never mind. Never mind.
Are you sure? I feel like you're not sure.
I am sure.
Okay. Okay.
It's an aesthetic thing that might be.
Okay.
I move to approve the superintendent evaluations metrics rubric as designed collaboratively with the superintendent and the board of trustees.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have the motion by Becky and the second by Clint. Any other discussion? All those in favor? That motion is going to pass 7-0. And we're going to move on to 10D, additional staffing requests for 2025-2026.
Okay, this is, good evening. You know that I refrained from making bathroom jokes when there was discussion about the HR office having a uniform. I'm gonna try to stay strong and not do it again, yes. Rest assured, I was thinking.
You have my heart.
So, but I am here to talk about the request for additional staffing. There was a pretty comprehensive request for additional staffing at last month's meeting. One piece that we wanted to add to that based on some additional information information is adding a formal designation of a position for the DAEP administrator at a cost of $76,781. This is the position that was already discussed and filled, but the plan for funding that position previously was based on kind of consolidating some of the positions that are currently being scattered across the master schedule for DAEP. But upon further, as we're continuing to fill out the master schedule and continuing to staff all the coaching needs to have our students have those opportunities, we discovered that we weren't really able to collapse two positions to create that, and two teaching positions to create that new position. So this is an adjustment to the previous request, with a request to allow us to continue to have that fully staffed high school schedule and to continue with adding that DAEP administrator. So that's really the request and the ask. There are 3 additional positions mentioned on page 2, which are things that we're not requesting right now, but we're monitoring because they are potential safety or health needs for students. But we do think right now that we can find alternate ways to address those, and we would need more information on before we would make that request to you. So, and this amount was cleared with Paul as far as that the present budget as constituted would allow for that increase of $76,000 in staffing without creating a budget deficit.
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay, any discussion or questions?
I have a couple of questions. So I just want to make sure that I understand. So originally we had 13 classrooms that consisted of 8 teachers, and that was, we're going to consolidate those. That was going to create 2 open positions to cover this position that we discussed. That would be that's an internal move that we do not have to ask for anything. All 8 of those teachers are still going to remain in the district, and they are all still DAEP, or they are 8 teachers across the entire master schedule?
So those 8 teachers are across the master schedule. There's no teacher who has an entire schedule full of DAEP, but there were 8 teachers who had 2 or 3 or 1 DAEP slot that was on there.
Okay, so these are all dual contract 8 teachers.
There are 8 contracted teachers who had 1 or more DAEP class periods
slots
on their schedule, yes.
Okay, and
Some
so
of those teachers are returning.
the need for these 8 positions and the inability to collapse those into, say, 1 person that covered the DAEP all day or 2 people that covered the DAEP was to accommodate for coaching vacancies.
So it's to accommodate for the master schedule, because then some of those positions were because Clay could fill that schedule by having a teacher teaching 4 social studies periods and then have the conference period and could cover 2 DAEP. But with the anticipated student growth and trying to ensure that all the master schedule is filled, they're not able right now to make all those class placements without having, that part of the plan already for growth was to fill out those scheduled teachers. If we have a social studies teacher, then to have them teaching 6 out of 7 periods of social studies. If we have a social studies / coach position, then having them teach 5 out of 7 social studies, 1 coaching period, 1 or 2. So currently it was, so that's the request, is for them to have their full teaching force to fill out that master schedule. Again, we may have more information, as we see when students enroll in July, whether there might be some flexibility returning. But right now, we don't want to take that risk of taking away the flexibility to create a master schedule that will provide all of those classes that are needed.
I think my concern in this is that we are asking for a position and we've named an employee specifically inside of the agenda item, and that wasn't done and closed, so that's concerning just a little bit. But at the same time, that allocation was moved over, so I guess you could have requested the teachers if it comes out in the same.
Yeah, we wanted to be clear and transparent about what the request was, and that felt a little unclear to go back and say, well.
It's just not something that we typically do.
Yeah, and
in an open session, and that, it's just it was a concern, not that I don't understand that it's not needed. I just wanted to understand why, if we thought we didn't need the teachers, well now, all of a sudden we need the teachers. Either way you slice it, whether you were adding the allocations of the teachers back or where you're adding this other position, we're still adding to the overall cost of our staffing positions, regardless of whether you say this is equivalent to 3 teachers or 1 administrator. You know, we didn't have anybody in the teaching positions or so on, so it's more concerning for our personnel in the way that it was worded that I have an issue with, more so than approving the position. Because I feel like we already approved the position as the board when we gave the ability, absolutely, collapse what you can, create the position. We announced it publicly, and now it's like, oh, well, if the board doesn't approve this, then Mr. Pugh doesn't have a job. And that's not really, that is not really the goal that I would have here, because I know he's been issued a contract, and I want him to have the job. I think that that's great that he's able to move into that position. I just feel like that we kind of singled out an employee when we could have very well just brought forward a couple of teaching positions that we don't have anybody presently in and accomplish the same thing, even if we discuss we're bringing these back because we collapsed positions to create, you know, another one. So it's kind of a semantics, and I'm just thinking from the employee side. So again, I don't have an issue with it. I just wanted to understand what we did here.
So you're just saying you want the reports to be more sensitive to the personnel side of things? Okay.
Absolutely. Especially on something like this, because, I'm sorry, especially on something like this, because most of the time if we are addressing an individual by name, you know, or a singleton, we're doing that in closed session. And I feel like there would have been a more sensitive way to kind of handle that. And that's just me personally. If it was me myself, you know, I wouldn't want myself on there, you know, to say, oh, you know, this is or isn't a way. We created the position, so are we really creating 2 new teacher positions, or are we creating this position? Either way you slice it, it's still the same dollars, and it's still adding to the budget, which is fine, as long as Paul says it's fine for us to do that. I just feel like going forward, we need to pay attention to that piece.
I can agree to the sensitivity of the personnel thing. I also understand what you guys were trying to accomplish with being transparent. I will say, though, that the wording probably wasn't as transparent as you all might have hoped it would be, because a few of us thought that maybe he had decided not to take the contract on the way that this was worded. So, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I would have known that. I wouldn't be finding that out here. But that's, I'm just, so that we're talking to it, I appreciate where both of you guys are coming from with it. I think there's validity to both of it. We just need to be careful with that. Agreed. But other than that, and I do have one, I don't know if it's a concern that we need to deal with right this moment, but at some point, I feel like we're gonna have to be careful with approving these positions that are gonna go between campuses. I don't know that that's gonna be as feasible.
That's part of the issue with this, is truly trying to look at how do we phase out some of these shared positions.
Okay.
You will never fully phase them out. There are 6A school districts that share people between campuses. But it's the need and how these positions have been used in the past, again, to be sensitive to staff members and not name people or go into detail, which is, I respect the way that you're phrasing it, to not do that more than we have. But there were positions hired specifically that the way they are utilized cannot function with separate campuses. And that has created this, and we, you know, where the person and the arrangement for the person maybe doesn't exist anymore, it's workable. But if the person still exists, that doesn't give us the flexibility that we need. And so certainly point taken on the sensitivity in which we communicate things and are able to still try to be transparent with you, and absolutely going forward. That's why we've listed these additional positions, knowing that at this point in time we don't feel comfortable budgetarily asking for them, is to just not come back with, oh, by the way, we also had this and this and this. We're really trying to think through you know, who has committed to stay with us. I think we also still have some question marks about who may be, you know, leaving. It's still early, fairly early in the process, and so having that flexibility and communicating with you is important, but we certainly take note of the caution and working to better communicate that with you.
No, and I do appreciate the specific positions that you have in our peripheral, just because, you know, and not that there's anything wrong with the way it was in the past, like, I'm gonna come for 2 additional positions, like, knowing that in the back of our head has always been helpful, but to have the specifics on there, just makes it more clear, and that when you do bring it, you know why.
Yeah.
So.
I have a question about one of the positions that potentially will be requested. It's one assistant trainer, so we're talking about an athletic trainer.
Yes.
In the budget, do we currently have?
In the budget, we have one trainer with a, yes, we have one trainer in the budget.
With no support position for that one trainer?
Correct.
I've often wondered how one trainer is enough.
We used to have.
What we have discussed is looking at contracting additional support in high needs times where we have multiple sports going on.
Right.
Certainly at, you know, at some point, which is coming up pretty quickly, as we invest in growing our athletic program, not just by sport, but by what's offered at the junior high, we will get to a place not only physically with a new facility off-site, that's gonna be a primary driver, but also knowing that we're committed to 3 additional sports, where it's going to be prudent to have an additional trainer. How that's been solved in places that I've worked at previously, or, you know, yes, hiring folks, but in a situation where we can't get a full-time person, contracting with some people for specific nights where there's multiple events going on. So we've definitely discussed that. That's part of why we've put this on hold, is what can we support while we're still in one facility? What can we look at as some support structures in contracting? But then eventually, absolutely, we will bring you an additional trainer position. It will be a necessity.
I mean, these are all health and safety related.
Yes, ma'am.
So why are we not being asked to approve them now? I'm just wondering, is it because we might have the budget for them?
It's because budgetarily at this point in time, it would then impact the compensation plan for all employees to bring on those additional positions. And so we're being cautious as we see what the legislature will do to see if it still gives us the room to bring on those additional staff. As I like to say, it's that one balloon, and you know it. You know, if we want to grow staff, we have to squeeze in compensation. If we want to grow compensation, we have to squeeze in staff, unless someone gives us a bigger balloon, and that's what we're hoping for from the legislature.
I would like to add that I do not, that if these were deemed to be like imminent, like emergency situations where students will get hurt if we don't take action, I think we would be approaching you for those positions.
Correct.
This is really kind of looking at, there are still other options that we can pursue. For example, we don't have our master schedule all finalized for PE. We don't have all the coaching positions still. As that continues, we can figure out whether those, if we may, that's why we may come back later. But right now, I feel we can find something. With the changing our nursing model, right now where we have currently 2 registered nurses and 2 licensed vocational nurses, which are different pay scales and different certifications, we are proposing to move to having the 4 RNs. But that doesn't, we're serving our kids right now with a medical professional on all 4 campuses. So it's not something that it's an improvement we want to make over time. It's not something where right now we need someone in there. But during this transition period, we may come back and say, you know what, we do need an extra LVN, or we currently have a person in that position that we don't want to displace, and therefore, you know, we want to. So it's really not imminent things. The trainer position, that one is something we really want to compare and look at, like, how are other districts handling this, and what is our current need. The other tricky thing about the trainer position is what are they doing from, you know, 8 till 2? right? Because we know that they need to be active during games, during practices, but there are times during the day when that may not be the most efficient way. So this really is a question of, is there a more efficient way that we can make sure that the practices and the games away and at home, junior high and high school, are all appropriately covered, but not necessarily by adding a full-time position. So again, thank you for addressing that, but I promise you we will come back if we feel like there's an imminent safety or health need.
Definitely good to have these on our radar, thank you.
I really appreciate the comment around the sensitivity around staff, and I do want to say I will take that to heart for sure in how I draft future language, to be clear on that. But I don't want the board to feel like we're railroading you into a position based on a name, because there are plan Bs for this as well. So if we do know that the board supported the idea of having a DAP administrator. If there were any concern about adding this, then we have other options to go back and say, rather than to say, well, that person doesn't have a job and it's your fault, right? If that was not in any way the intent of how that would come out.
Yes.
So if you had concerns, we have plan B and plan C to go to make sure we're not impacting any individual named.
Thank you. Okay, do I hear a motion?
I move that the board approve the new position DAEP administrator for the 2025-2026 school year.
We have the motion by Clint and a second by Donna. Any additional discussion? All those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. With that, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551074, to discuss the duties of the boards of trustees. Texas Government Code Section 551074, to discuss the duties of the superintendent. To discuss the employment and resignation of professional personnel to include secondary academic dean, junior high Any action that we take will be taken in open session. The time is 8:55 and we are going to close our open session and go into closed session.
10:02, and we are back in open session. Do I hear any motions or new business? Wonderful. With that, we are going to adjourn our meeting at 10:02 p.m.